Oh wait, no, I meant like I meant
Holy
the other way around. No, I mean like I would care. I would care.
And
That's
you
what I
would
meant.
care because you got pleasure from it, right? You got some kind of
Yeah.
pleasure from.
I just realized that my microphone was off for a while. But yeah, it's okay. We got sound. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you, Dandelion. Yeah, I just realized my microphone has a mute button, so I'm going to be using that while I'm in here. So yeah, let's join the whole thing. No sound yet. Yeah.
Not be raped. That's your
Yeah.
position.
Well, no, I would not do it. Basically, I
Yeah,
would not take
but
part.
your position would mean that, like, based on your own values, you would be okay with it. You care more about the pleasure you get
No,
than what happens to someone else.
no, rape. You see, you can't make that comparison. I don't like rape at all. I think rape's fucked up.
But your position would mean, like, at some point you would, like, no, I'm not saying that you will, but your position can defend rape.
No, because that's rape.
Yes,
No, rape and
I
murder. Am I
explained
murdering?
how.
No,
I
because I'm not
literally
okay with those
explained.
things. That's a totally different thing. That's like I would totally
Okay,
fuck somebody up for raping. Yeah,
Mystic, I'm gonna ask you this because you were not listening. What was the last thing I said?
you said. All right. To be honest, I kind of blanked it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That one I did blank.
All
But
Okay,
right.
I'm gonna give
I
you
get your
one.
general point. Is that I get your
No, you
general
don't
point.
get my point because you were not listening. I'll tell you one last time, and next time you're gonna not listen, I have the means to kick you because I don't like to talk to people who just don't care about what I
That's
talk
fuck.
to
It's
them
not that I
about.
don't care. I have ADHD. I literally like blank out. I can't help it.
That's fine, but
Do
I
you
just
take
But
want
medicine?
then just say, listen, I didn't hear what you said, Felix. Can you repeat yourself? Don't
or I
start just
forgot,
yapping
or
to
I just don't
yeah.
want to be.
wanna.
I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude. I felt like that was rude.
Yeah,
But I got the
it's
general
fine
point
if
of it.
you look, Mystic. It's fine if you tell me, look, I forgot because I was thinking about something else, right? Rather than just pretending.
Right.
So all I
Okay.
was saying,
Okay.
it's your reasoning can defend other forms of oppression. Does it make sense?
Maybe in terms of meat, but not in terms of rape and murder. No.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, your defense for meat can defend other forms of oppression. Because your defense is, if I get a lot of pleasure from doing the oppression, then I care more about my pleasure than the oppression itself.
I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say because I just, I'm not okay with it. But
You
I
are
think
if
as
you
long
pay
as you
for
can
it.
find the most ethically sourced meat, maybe that's an option, and I think it is because my parents don't buy
That's
fucked
never
up
like if I
shit. So
told you if I told you there's an ethical way of having black slaves, would you like agree with me?
um,
No,
well,
no,
that's a very
no.
complex. That's a really complex question. But no, I'm not okay with slavery.
Jesus
No, no,
Christ.
It's like,
Chip,
Felix.
we slave,
Chip.
they're modern day slaves like working in fucking McDonald's flipping burgers. Like people do
Yeah, is
that.
that
No,
good?
no,
Is
no,
that
no.
good?
Hey, they're not called slaves. They're employees.
Yeah.
There is difference.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, but
paid,
that's
they go
basically slavery.
home,
Like
they have their freedom. There's a difference, isn't there?
it's
So
legal
the
slavery.
well, it's not. But the question is, you know why it's not slavery? Because they can still choose to leave that job, and they can still, in an essence, yeah, maybe it wouldn't be easy, but they would still be in a position where they can make choices for their own. Do you think that slaves could make choices for their own body?
No, no.
No. So you see, it's not slavery. Like let's not diminish that the suffering that people who have been enslaved, let's not diminish their suffering, their exploitation by calling people who work
Well, it
in
is exploitation.
restaurants today as slavery. Okay,
That is exploiting. That is exploiting. It's the same way,
but
how
you,
billionaires become
but
millionaires. They most of them, a lot of these fucking new age billionaires exploited people to get there. That's literally.
we agree that listen, we know there's exploitation happening in the world. All I'm saying is please don't call people who are employees and are paid a bad salary,
that
which
war
they are,
continues.
even if they deserve more, please don't call them slaves because you would be diminishing the what slaves have been going through, okay?
No, but I think it's okay to say that because it's well known. Like everybody
It's not
knows
okay
this,
Well,
and
to say
everybody
that in
says it.
any way. Educate yourself.
yeah, it's not okay to
It
say
literally,
that.
it
You're
it's very
just
well known. Like if you go over Reddit, Everybody says this.
Dude. First of all, don't take your information from Reddit, okay? I feel like I kind of have to tell you that for a second. First of all, and second, you live in a world where slavery doesn't really exist as it used to, and slavery as it was, they were literally sexually exploiting slaves to make babies out of them so that they can enslave the babies. Okay, this is one side of it. Please don't compare that to somebody having a bad salary. While that is absolutely awful and it's a system that needs to change, it is nothing compared to what slaves went to. Okay?
Yeah, but you can say it is a paraphrase, or not a paraphrase, you can say it is like you know, I don't know how to say it, but it's just a fucking saying, you know?
It's not a fucking saying. It's yet again
It is a saying.
disrespectful.
It's a very
It is
well-known
disrespectful. It is disrespectful toward the plight that those individuals have suffered. But coming back to animals, I think I wasn't here for a while. I had to go. I'm now streaming, and what I wanted to say was that you yourself. I'm sorry, I just got a sound that somebody subscribed. So you yourself already agreed that if you were to find a plant-based diet that would work within your budget, that you agree that you would adopt it, correct?
Yeah, probably actually. You gotta, and it needs to be tasty too. It needs to be fucking just as good as beef. Like Beyond Burgers are fucking delicious.
Yeah. So listen, how old are you right now?
I'm 33.
33. Okay. Well, I would argue now that you're 33, you probably don't like taste-wise the same things that you did when you were 18, correct?
Oh, I love them more actually.
Yeah, but
I
you
know,
don't like.
Sorry,
it's
you're
like
33 and you're making the claim that your parents buying food for you.
Also that, yeah.
yes, ma'am. Wait, you're gonna say that's a
Jesus.
problem?
It's not a problem. So listen, the whole thing about
you'd be a fucking bitch if you said that. I'm sorry.
Does it mean
Wow.
you were the slave of your parents?
That's literally
Wait, could we not just hyper focus on this? Could we just
Yeah.
address the main?
Yeah. So the reason why I mentioned that thing is because taste adapts. You know, your taste can change over time, and maybe you will find the taste difference between a plant-based diet and consuming animal-based products, because there is a taste difference, right? We're all adult enough and mature enough to acknowledge that there is a taste difference. But then again, you do really have to ask yourself is if the small taste difference, or however you see it, small, big, medium, if that taste difference is worth paying for exploitation, slaughter, and abuse.
No, I mean it's like I said, it's a hard question to answer. I mean, I don't think it's okay, but damn, if I'm gonna fucking spend more on a burger, then it's gotta taste better. Sorry.
Well,
And I think a lot of people would agree with that, whether it's gonna be more ethical or less ethical or not.
so wait a minute,
It's, you
but
know,
we already agreed that you would be staying within your budget with the whole plant-based diet, right? Like you would, overall, let's say again, you
No,
pay more for one burger, but you pay less overall for everything per month. So why wouldn't that?
no one showed me the chart.
Well, either way, nobody showed you the chart, doesn't matter. Either way, like hypothetically, if that were to be the case, right? If that were to be the case, would you still consider taking the plant-based burger, even if the taste would be, I don't know, a little bit different?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so if you on a monthly basis end up paying less money, and yes, you might from time to time splurge, or I don't even know how to say it, and you buy a plant-based splurge, okay, thank you. And you buy a plant-based burger from time to time, they're not very healthy, maybe it is tasty, maybe it's a little bit smoky, I heard you like smoky or something, right? Whatever, and you pay a little bit more for it, and then once you have it for the first time, you realize that, oh, the beef one maybe tasted better for you, but the difference isn't that big, right? Maybe it's just something that your mind does to remind you of, well, you know, you're consuming something differently now. So would that difference justify you saying no more plant-based burgers or no more respecting animals? I still would rather cut the throat of an innocent animal for a small taste difference?
Well, again, that depends if it's sourced ethically. We'll have to see. I'll have to do some more research on what's ethically sourced and if there is any. And I don't think all cows, the way that they kill them, is painful.
But look at you.
Some of them look fucked.
Wait, What the hell? Like, I don't like literally your whole expression is one of oppression. You see? You're saying I don't think that some of the cows are killed in a bad way. The fact that they're killed is a bad thing. Do you realize that?
Well, it depends if a cow actually has the same kind of brain processing as a human does, and
No,
sure,
it
maybe they're
doesn't.
kind of
You would
no.
argue, you would agree that it's bad to kill a dog, and a dog definitely doesn't have the same cognitive abilities as a human.
Dogs are different than cows for sure. You can tell just by their behavior. Cows seem to be based off instinct,
No, that's not
decisions
true.
based off instinct.
Look it up. There's videos of cows playing fetch. There's videos of cows learning to do tricks. Cows are very much cognitively similar to dogs.
So if we just go based on this information alone, because maybe you don't have much information, Mystic. Hypothetically, right? Just for the sake of the argument, let's say that cows and dogs are almost identical in terms of emotional expressions. Would you stop consuming cows?
Wait, repeat that one? Sorry, I was watching the cow
Sure,
fetch video.
sure. If we demonstrate that cows are almost identical emotionally to dogs, would you stop eating cows?
I mean, maybe, but it has to be very convincing. So go ahead. Go
What
ahead,
would
show me
convince
some.
you?
You're gonna have to show me those. I don't know. I honestly don't fucking know at this point. We'll have to see. It's not a question I can really answer right now.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you see,
so do, do, I think my
Oh,
sense from this whole conversation, I mean, obviously, I understand that like taste can be a powerful reason, right? But when we look at other contexts, right, when like for instance, if we have like bad habits, I'm not even talking about like an addiction first, like a clinical addiction. But when we like something, we generally try to fit it pretty strong, right? But the moment at least you tried for like maybe 2, 3, 4 days, or even some weeks, the craving generally they attenuate a little bit, right? So if I would just invite you to try this out again and also really be mindful of the various reasons we have given to you, right? That this is not just like about um, something mundane, this is about like the cost that the animals have to pay. Because I assure you that if you just try for a certain period of time, your taste buds and your expectancies, right? Like the taste pleasure expectancies, they will change. Trust me. This is always the case with habits, right? Change is sometimes a bit hard, and we are resisting to change because yeah, we get something out of our old habit, you know? Like that's not like newsflash, really. It's like the same with smoking or drinking alcohol.
Okay.
I
You
have a
get what I'm
question.
saying? I mean,
Not really, to be
they're
honest.
So what he's
well.
saying
I
is
mean,
that
for
your taste adapts. That your taste will
yeah,
adapt. The more you eat
Oh.
something, the more you will enjoy something. That's just it.
Hmm.
But
Well, I'd take
yeah,
that
and you
into
also get
consideration.
something. You also get something out of your bad habits. Like I mean, I label it as bad habit now because well, I mean, you're killing animals essentially. You're abusing them, or like you're supporting an industry that abuses them. So I consider it bad. In the same way, smoking or drinking alcohol is also bad, but people still get something out of it, you know. And our job is essentially just to see well that the calculation doesn't pan out. That's it. Which is also why people then stop drinking or drinking alcohol or taking drugs because the costs are just too steep. You know. Yeah.
I'll tell you my fucking reason for wanting to quit alcohol is definitely some mood problems and shit like that, and the
Exactly.
big beer belly. So
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. But nevertheless, there are occasions. I mean, I studied psychology, but that's beside the point. But there will be still during the process of quitting your alcohol or drugs, there will occasionally be some moments in which your mind tells you to go back, to go back. Why? Well, because you got something out of it. Maybe you numbed your feelings or you got some pleasure out of it, you forgot your problems. So we have to be honest about that. Don't dismiss that, but then see, well, even if that's the case, the costs are just too steep and there's some benefits in the alternative. And that's what we're also trying to highlight here. You know, there are benefits of being a vegan, and there's costs of not being vegan, and you have to review these reasons very often. This is like a learning experience. It's a perception that you have to develop. It doesn't come overnight, usually.
Well,
You know, especially hold on, especially because you have done a habit that gives you pleasure, not just for 1 or 2 days. You have been doing this thing like for years, right? And that's the same like with an addict, more or less, in
no, but
certain
well, the thing
respect.
is, I actually tried to get into veganism. Like I said, I went to that restaurant when I was like 21 years old with my friends. Fucking ate that vegan burger. When the
Yeah,
veganism was starting to become a little bit bigger, or it was starting to actually become like, mainstream, and
yeah.
it was fucking garbage. The shit was like made of nuts and just I don't even know what the fuck they put in there. It had no same flavor. It was definitely not the same as eating a real burger. Even the Beyond Meat was better than that. And Beyond Meat's not that
Yeah.
amazing, but it is good. Like I stand eating it.
Well,
Well,
I mean, here too, I mean, here too, you have to be also, this is like a psychological thing as well, right? If you expect that it tastes like meat, I would actually advise you not to do that unless it's really specified that it actually attempts uh, to, to imitate taste. But if it does not, I would actually frame it in a way that this is like a food on its own. Because if you come with expectancy that this should actually imitate, then you have higher expectation, you know?
also, I have a
You get
question
what I'm
for
saying?
you. Yeah, like I have a like before we because I feel like yeah we're trying to prop him up for understanding that there is a difference and that you get ready for a difference. But hey, Mystic Mac, if dogs tasted better than cows, if a dog burger tasted better than a cow burger, would you consume a dog burger?
No.
Okay, so then do you think that if you send a dog to a slaughterhouse and you send a cow to a slaughterhouse, that when they're there, that they feel differently?
Maybe,
Oh my
yeah.
fucking god.
I don't know.
Come on, you have to be intellectually honest in this situation. Do you think that cutting the throat of a dog, from the perspective of a dog, do you think the dog would not feel fear? Do you think that they would not want to die? They would fear for their life, and they
Well,
would feel the pain of them being of them being killed for it doesn't matter what for, but of them being killed.
I've seen how some cows are killed, and it looks disgusting. When they cut throats, they don't even give many like sleep meds or nothing like that. But I think you could kill a cow in an ethical manner. I think it probably
Let
happens
alone
when you
that.
put the cow to sleep.
But put that aside for a second. If there were a dog in the same situation that you saw the cows in, do you think a dog would feel differently than a cow?
No, but we put dogs down all the time when they
What?
have to go down, and they
But you just
Jesus Christ.
answered your own question. So no, that just means that there is no difference between a
Yeah,
dog and a cow or how
hold
they
on,
feel
hold
in
on,
that
hold on.
situation.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
I wanted to address this point because you brought this up earlier, and I actually failed to address it because I didn't want to interrupt at that point. So you just said we put them down all the time, and that is correct. However, there is an asymmetry there because we do the same thing also with humans occasionally. But the thing is, we put certain animals or humans down um, when we consider it ethical because it is presumably in their best interest, right? So if a dog, let's say, or a cat is terminally ill, let's say you have a pet and they're terminally ill, it might make sense, given all the available evidence at that time, it might be the lesser of all the evils, essentially. But this is
True.
not the case in the animal industry. In general, they don't have any interest in being killed prematurely. You're cutting short actually their life, right?
Not
And I
true.
think
That's
this is a
true.
great, yeah. So this is like a very important point. You're not killing them for like, I mean, I would argue you're killing them for a very bad reason, not for their considerations. And this is like an asymmetry. It's not like equivalent, you know, because sometimes it might be permissible if they are completely in pain, suffering, or old age, whatever. Okay, perhaps you should do that carefully. Perhaps you have to think it through. But in our case, it's just because of habit, tradition, taste, or convenience. It's not for a good reason. That's what I'm
True.
saying. And you're cutting short their life prematurely. And even if it's painless, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, If it's not in their best interest, it's always unethical, which is why I also have a problem with this ethical meat. That's a misnomer. It doesn't exist because it's never in the interest of the animal, all else equal, to be killed prematurely. It's not.
Yeah, well, that's true, but I think when people say ethical, they mean like, you know, and for
Painless.
me in general, I mean like in a painless way, in a way that's not gonna
Yeah,
be
but
like the
that's
cow's not gonna suffer, you know?
yeah, but again, there are some things which are painless and they're still bad. I mean, we even apply it to dogs, cats, and humans, right? I mean, if someone doesn't want like a procedure done unto them, it doesn't matter whether it's painless or not, right? I mean, it would be immoral for me to poison you and then kill you painlessly because I don't respect your autonomy, your wish to exist. I rob you of your life. You have to think it like this. If I violate your interest to continue to exist, right? If this is being frustrated in you, all other interests that are linked to that are actually collapsing, right? Because everything is built on life. If you lose life, you lose everything else.
Well, yeah.
You know,
You
I
wouldn't
think
really
this is
know
I
about
think
it
one
if
of
you
them.
die. It'd be like fucking
Exactly. And it's something that you can't get back, which is why we have to err on the side of caution, in
Well,
my
that's
view.
debatable. That's debatable. That means that's like we don't know where consciousness comes. Like we know it's maybe a brain process, but we don't know if we can respawn. I think we could respawn. That's what I think.
Yeah.
We actually know where
But
consciousness comes from, and I can if you want.
No, I already. It's a brain process for sure. It's. But we
Yeah,
don't
so we
know.
know.
No,
So we know.
but we appeared here. But we appeared here out of nowhere, like for no reason. So it means that we can potentially
No,
spawn here
that's
again.
incorrect. So evolution happens, and we didn't just appear poof out of nowhere. We evolved from
Yeah.
Primates.
single cell organism all the way to multicellular
You also
organism
don't
that we
know.
are today.
You also don't know whether there's a multiverse or whether this Big Bang or whatever happened before.
No,
We don't
multiverses
know
has
any of
been
that.
like debunked so far, and being
No, it
Big
hasn't.
Bang is just like a theory, like the most.
That's the thing. It's a theory, and same with the multiverse. All
It's-
Yeah,
theories. They're all theories.
Where are we
yeah, let's
going
not
with
get
this?
derailed.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not get
I'm
derailed.
just saying nothing's been debunked. There all these theories are just theories and anything is possible.
But
We don't know. We
Mystic
don't-
Man,
universe started, it could have started a million times and we don't
okay,
even know.
okay, whatever. Like whatever. Not. By the way, Big Bang is not a theory; it's an observation. But let me just put it this way, Mystic Man, Mac. So you know that you can thrive on a plant-based diet. We just acknowledge that if you would have the resources to do it within your budget, you will try it. And then you said as long as it's also tasty. But
Yeah, you gotta pull up that chart.
Say it again.
You gotta pull up that chart.
Why do I have to pull up that chart? If I give you resources, access to a certified nutritionist that would help you thrive within your budget, why do you still have to see something?
I just want to see the chart. I just want to.
What kind of chart do you want to see?
There is no chart. You're gonna make the chart according to your own expenses, but we have, Mac. There is no chart. There is no chart because we don't know what you're gonna have to make your own chart. But the point is that we have evidence that I have on the screen right now that generally speaking, vegan diets are less expensive. They're cheaper. So the last one gives us even the number. It's 16% cheaper than omnivorous groups or vegetarian groups.
All right, I'm gonna check this out.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the link to this. I'm gonna give you the link to this.
But...
That's real quick, because I've posted a chart from the Oxford study that showed that vegan diets are among the cheapest ones. So I'm not sure if that's what you guys are looking for.
I don't think I have a hoax, but here.
Give me a simple to understand price chart or something when it comes to veganism. Vegan food versus meats.
But do you think that what I just said earlier, right? Because I think it's very important to bring this home about like ethical meat, quote unquote, right? Because you said earlier putting animals down, yada yada yada, and then I highlighted, well, you can't compare them because it's not in their best interest to kill them prematurely. Do you think this is like compelling to you, or do you think, well, I mean, I don't know, there is a case to have like ethical meat in the end?
Hard to say. Really
Is there
hard to say.
ethical
It
dog
depends.
meat?
I'd have to find out what a cow's fucking thought process is first, and how they think. You know,
Is
like I
there
said,
ethical
you're gonna
dog
show
meat?
me videos of that. No.
No.
Well, I
So if
mean,
there,
I don't really know. I don't eat fucking dogs, so
but you
can't
don't
tell you.
eat
But
dogs because you find it immoral.
Chinese do though.
Yeah, but you yourself find it immoral to eat dogs. So if you find it
I find it
immoral,
immoral and disgusting.
yeah. So if you
And
find
let's
it,
be clear, right? And let's be clear, you're killing them not because of necessity, you're killing them because of habit and because of taste, broadly, right? So how can this be ethical if you compare that to killing someone that has no interest in being killed for pleasure and maybe habit? Let's because you've been brought up, right? Do you think that is ethical? Let's be real.
Like I said, we have to. I have to know the thought process of a cow in order to understand.
Yeah, I have that on the screen. So I have that on the screen. So we have a paper called The Psychology of Cows. And the conclusion of this paper is that cows are able to make sophisticated discrimination among not only objects, but humans and co-specifics. That the process not just simple emotions, but several emotional capacities, such as cognitive judgment, bias, and emotional contagion. That means that if they see that you are happy or another cow is happy, they become happy as well. That's what emotional contagion means. Show an apparent emotional reaction to learning, which may reflect a sense of self-agency, similar to some other mammals. They have distinct personality. Each cow, if given a chance to show their personality, they will. And they exhibit several dimensions of social complexity, including social learning. So cows are incredibly complex creatures with high emotional ability, with in their own societies. Why would you kill those animals?
Let's see. Let me just.
Because nobody gives a fuck.
Well,
That's not true.
Max says that he does give a fuck, so that's why we're talking to him.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so do.
Yeah, I mean, again, I fucking love beef, bro. I can't. It's gonna be hard to quit. But
All right, let's move on then.
right.
Let's talk to the person who doesn't give a fuck.
yeah.
Who said that?
Axiom.
No, I'm not the one. I'm not the one saying this. I said that society doesn't give a fuck.
Do you give a
Yeah,
fuck,
do you give a
Axiom?
fuck?
I do.
Yeah.
Are you vegan?
Yeah. Not since a long time, but yeah.
Yes or no? I didn't get that.
I said yes.
Oh, okay.
You're a vegan.
Why are you vegan?
Because it's unfair. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. What's crazy? What's unfair?
Killing these creatures for nothing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so when you made the examination that who cares, you were talking about the wider population, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
The white population?
Yeah, people like you, Mac. He assumed that you don't
Fuck,
care,
bro?
and that it seems that he was right? Because
White?
you care more about wanting beef than you care about the animals whom you said, oh, if it's proven that they actually like have personalities similar to dogs, I'm going to stop doing it. And when I showed you they do have personalities similar to dogs, you said, oh, I just really want beef. So you reverted to selfishness.
Well, I mean.
Yeah, so
I
Axiom was
didn't
correct.
quite.
That's all I'm
I said
saying.
it's gonna be hard. I said it's gonna be hard, but you brought race into it, so I thought that was a little fucked up. I thought that was a little unmoral there. But
So the question
When did I
could
bring
be,
race to it?
the question could be, I would ask you, Mystic, would you think that animals are able to suffer?
again, that's if it's humane or not the way they're killed. And I know what you're gonna say is like there's no humane way, but I'm talking about like painlessly. If
He's
their
asking
life
if
is taken.
you think they're capable of suffering, and you already said yes, right?
Feel
Because they
pain.
have brains. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're also I'm sure a lot of them, like insects, you can see they process pain, but differently. They're obviously actually I don't know if I can't really confirm that, but I would say an
Yeah.
insect
Insects
is
are like a
definitely
question mark, but
well because
like
they have
mammals,
instinct.
they're not.
So would you say
They make decisions on instinct.
would you say that happiness is the lacking of suffering?
I don't really know, to be honest
No,
with you.
of course
I'd say
not.
yeah
This
to
is
a
So
degree, but
when you are
this is
so let's rephrase. So when you are experiencing suffering, are you able to be happy?
uh, no, definitely not. But I've had some long periods of suffering, my dude. So you
So
kind of
yeah.
learn to live with
So
it in
but
your
you are
life.
not, when you were suffering, you were not happy.
No.
So maybe that's a good definition for happiness. Because if you are suffering, you cannot be happy. So do you believe that animals, when they are suffering, they can be happy?
Um. Well, the thing is that if you take their life, like so for instance, they don't suffer for the majority of the time they're farmed, right? For the majority of the time that they're on the farm, I should say, because farm's a little bit fucked up. But the majority of the time they're on that farm, they live a pretty decent life. You know, they get what they need, they get fed, whatever, and they're put down. Hopefully, like a lot of places don't do this. They don't put them down in a painless manner. They cut their throats, which apparently is painless, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that's a quick, it is probably a quick death, but not quick enough. Whereas some places might put them to sleep first and then kill them, which I don't know if that's true, but I'm just saying, like, I'd hope that a lot of meat is sourced in that fashion. Like they're killed without them even knowing they died, right? Like you can put a human to sleep and kill them. If you wanted to do surgery on them or something, they don't feel that pain, or they could die and they wouldn't even know it. That's what I
You know what
would
the
hope
difference
might
is,
be the
though,
source.
Mac? You know
What?
what the difference is between a human going under anesthesia for surgery and an animal being killed for meat?
Well, I know you're gonna pull up some fucking
It's a
thing like
choice.
No, it's more than
I
a
know.
choice. It's
Because
when
humans,
no, hold on,
sorry.
Xian, sorry. So when humans are being operated on, they're put under anesthesia for their benefit, for their prevention of suffering. When you put down a 2-year-old cow on the farm, you're doing it for profit.
Yes, but that's totally a
It's
fucking
not
bad
in their
comparison
best
because what
interest. It's not in their best interest to be killed, especially if they
no, but
had like
what
fantastically
you said
good
was
lives.
contradictory. That was contradictory because you're
How?
saying that a human is put down for their own they're put in unconscious for their own benefit. Now,
Interest,
if
yes,
you
in the
kill
best
yes, for their
interest.
best interest. Now, if you put a cow down, whether it's to eat or not, and you're doing it to give it a painless death, that is for their best interest. Yes,
No,
Is
no,
it in the
no, no.
best interest of a cow who is happy on a farm, who's like eating grass? Is
Happy?
it in their best
no, not
interest to
then.
be killed? Is it in their best interest to be killed? Please answer.
Well, like I said, not when it comes to like their overall life, but if you're gonna kill them at all, then killing them in the painless
No, so
method
it's
is
not
is
in
the
their
most.
best interest to be killed, yes?
Oh, I should say it's in our best
Um,
interest to kill them painlessly.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. So you're not thinking of the best interest of the cow. So the comparison to a person who's been
But you
given
are.
anesthesia is incorrect.
It is because you're actually trying to give the cow a
No,
better
because
death.
it's not in the best interest of the
um,
cow to be
hold
slaughtered
on.
so that you have 5 minutes of taste pleasure in your mouth. It's in the
If
best
I
interest if they're already in and they're having a good life in your fantasy. It's in their best interest to continue living and eating grass and talking to their peers.
I mean,
uh,
I can't fucking like.
Mystic, I'll give you an example. If I had slaves and I shot them at the age of 20, was it for their best interest or my best interest?
Okay, yeah, that's for your best interest, yeah.
Okay, and if we replace those humans with cows?
But so when it comes to cows, you're doing it to give him a painless death. It's not the same
No,
as
no,
like
no, no,
killing a
no.
slave.
So you're missing the
On
step.
your
You're missing
own
one
interest.
step. No, so you're doing it. What you're saying is that you're doing it in the nicest way, quote unquote, because it's not really nice. In the least worst way, right? You're doing it in the least worst way. But the act of you choosing to kill that cow, regardless of how you do it, is it in your interest or is it in the interest of the cow that perhaps didn't want to die?
Well, it's in both interests there. In that
Both
sense.
How is
interest.
it in the
It's in.
interest of a
That's
cow? How is
amazing.
it in
Let
the
me tell
interest
you.
of a
Let me tell you.
cow?
I'm
How is
trying
it
to
in the
tell you.
interest of the cow to kill them?
Why do you keep interrupting me? I'm trying to tell you. So it's two ways. It's in the best interest of a human being because they want to eat, right? But then it's also
Please
in the best.
explain how it's in
I'm
the
trying to
interest
fucking
of a
say it. Hold on.
cow.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Let me speak. So it's in the best interest of a fucking cow because you're doing it painlessly so that they don't feel pain when they die. So it's in the best interest to try to give them a painless death. Yes, in the cow's
No,
interest.
Why
but
do they have to
you are
die?
assuming that you have to kill them. That's what you're assuming there.
No, I'm
I
not.
can
I was
say the
saying if
same
we're gonna
thing.
do it.
Wait, I can say the same thing about slaves. It is for their best interest to kill them at the age of 20 because they stopped being useful for me.
Yeah, that's in your best interest right there. Yeah.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm trying to say, right? You understand what, like, when it
Yeah,
comes to
but
cows and humans,
I'm not
like the
saying.
reason. Look,
Yeah, I'm not saying the
I'm
two
just
are
gonna
different.
quickly try to explain. The reason why I enslaved humans or cows, it's for my interest because I want to exploit them. I want to use them for my
Yeah.
benefit. And if I kill them, it's because I benefit from killing them. Doesn't matter if it's human, doesn't matter if it's cow. It's all for my personal self-interest because I exploit them for my reasons, not for their reasons. Does that
I
make
don't know.
sense?
Yeah, it does. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. It's different when it comes to. It's not even different than when it comes to cows. It's just in this context, I guess, because you're not including the fact that like a cow is killed for meat. I guess I don't fucking know. I don't know how to explain
Yeah,
this.
but
Even
for
if
But
meat,
I'm
slaves are
saying
if
it's
you
killed.
right
kill
though.
a cow for it's in your best interest and it completely disregards the best interest of the cow, which in Felix's
No, but the
example
best.
would be in disregarding the best interest of the slave.
Yeah,
Those
but the
are
best
completely
interests of the cow.
comparable. Yeah.
No, it's two ways because the best interest of the cow is to die painlessly. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to suffer when he
Wait,
dies.
No,
He
no,
wants
no,
to live,
no.
okay.
right?
You just said it. The cow doesn't want to die. You just said it. So is it
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
but I'm
interest
saying
of the
he doesn't
cow
want to
to
die
kill?
pain.
No, no. Before you choose how
Well,
to
that's
kill
true.
them,
That's true. That's
before
true.
you choose how to kill them, is it in their interest to choose to kill them? Is it in their interest or your interest?
No, absolutely not. It's in our interest.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah, so that's what we're saying, right? We're doing
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I'm just saying
yeah.
that there's with this particular thing, yes, there is an interest in both sides,
Yeah, but like
in
listen, we don't disagree that
it's
all these
irrelevant. It's
people.
irrelevant,
Yeah,
but it's
all of these
still
people who work in these industries, of course, they will try to do the least harm, least exploitative way. Or that's what the people want. Unfortunately, the industries, because they have to process so many animals, that they end up cutting corners and being incredibly cruel, even in ways that, the videos that you've seen have confirmed that. But what we're essentially saying is that, sure, yeah, you could maybe add patches on top of that constantly and say, well, you gave the animal a good life or whatever bullshit. But at the end of the day, you will still be taking the life of a sentient being who did not want to die. And if it's wrong to do it to a dog, I would argue it's the same thing of doing it to a cow. Cognitively, they're similar. From their perspective, they would feel exactly the same way if you did that to them. And you can't say that it's about one having more meat or the meat tasting better, because you have no way of knowing that, right? Plus, we kill chickens for the same reasons, and chickens definitely provide less meat than a dog would. So there is no actual logical reasons. We just chose some animals to exploit and some not to. But if we think about it, the line is incredibly arbitrary and unfair towards those animals, is it not?
well, it depends with chickens. I feel like chickens are very instinctual creatures. Like they probably don't have feelings in the same way that well, I shouldn't say that's fucked. I meant like they probably don't process emotions and stuff like that the same way humans do. I could be wrong on that. I don't know for sure.
But
But I'd like to see
you,
this video on cows, with the human like nature of cows or human like tendencies of cows if you could show me that.
I mean,
it's not a video. It's a paper. So I actually tagged you, but I can tag you again. I posted it right
Oh, I
here.
can't read papers, bro. I fucking have the worst.
Well, you can
Good.
put it into like a TTS, and it can read it out for you.
Or put it in ChatGPT and ask
Alright.
ChatGPT to explain it to you. That ChatGPT
Yeah, to
does that really
summarize.
well.
And also, I showed you the conclusion, so that's kind of a summary, right? If you can't read papers, all you can do is basically like just read summaries. And I empathize, like it's really hard for me to read as well, but you know.
Send it my way. Hey, yo, you guys said that it's bad that a 33-year-old lives with parents, though. That's inhumane as fuck.
No, we
You guys are
didn't say
assholes
that.
for saying that.
Yeah, we didn't
You
say
guys
that.
said
You can
that.
choose to live whoever you want to live with. It's none of our issues, none of our problems, and as long as there's consent, both sides, who gives a shit?
Okay, good.
Yeah, so let's not.
Well, we're just saying you should take more responsibility of the
Exactly.
actions that you're doing every single day.
Yeah, well, that's true. That might be true. And that's the other thing is like a family that eats meat. I mean, that's gonna be hard to stop with a family that eats meat all the time. So
It's not about what they do, it's about what you do.
yeah,
If your
that's
parents
true.
buy stuff, you can just tell them, hey, I want to try some vegan stuff, or you can go shopping with them and say, hey, this is a cool new product I want to try out.
Just buy my own.
You know. Or you can buy your own,
Buy my
yeah.
own.
If you have the money, if you have a job, just buy your own stuff.
Yeah.
Rich gang, rich gang.
So can I introduce another point of view?
So,
Sure.
So what you guys think about humans interfering in the evolution of animals? Could it be pets? Could it be
It's obviously bad,
animals
isn't it?
that are killed for? Yes.
It's obviously
well, I heard
bad
what it came
considering you're still basically removing any form of consent and you're exploiting these animals for your own benefit or for some perceived benefit that you would get, because a lot of times sometimes we mutate and manipulate species not for necessarily.
pets?
Say it again.
Well, Chip, I would actually have a different opinion from you. So there
Go
again,
ahead.
I always examine the best interest of an animal. If it's the best interest of an animal or the animals around them to guide their evolution, for instance, towards scavenger, to eliminate predation, then I think it's an ethical thing to do. So you have to think of the best interest of all the sentient beings that
Yes.
you are messing with.
But you are
Are you
interfering.
talking about pets?
Yeah, could be pets. Yeah.
Wait,
I don't
Yeah, it's
agree.
just depending on
I don't
context.
agree that we interfere with the evolutions of any animal.
but the
Well,
question
Dogs
is,
with
that's
dogs?
fine for you, but yeah, sorry.
I think what VPM is saying and what essentially what we're all saying here, and I kind of agree with VPM on this one, it's like it depends on the purpose of it, right? If it's for you, you're looking after the interest of those individuals, then maybe, like it's the same as taking a dog to a vet. A dog would never want to go to a veterinarian, yet it is in their interest that you're taking them there, right? So yeah, sometimes you might need to do some things that the animals don't necessarily like, but you're doing it for their own interest. The whole point is for you to not do things to them in your interest.
So
Yeah, but I don't agree we should interfere.
But
you're
how
talking
Because
if your dog...
we are changing the natural evolution.
So
Wait,
what's the problem with that?
hold on. Axion, if your dog is choking on a bone, like literally choking on a bone that they found on the floor somewhere, should you just like let it die?
I would never have a dog. Only probably I would add one.
Fine, it's not
It
your
was
dog. It's a neighbor's dog who came to visit you.
Let me. So I would probably add a dog if I had to adopt one, but I would never buy a dog.
No, it doesn't matter
Nobody
about
lives
like
inside.
it doesn't really matter like how you got the dog. Just imagine there's another
That's
world,
all.
another. But just
But
Axiom, just stick with this
that's
subject, right?
I would
There is a
never own a
dog.
dog. That's what I'm saying. Because the
I
dog,
want to
the
touch on
dog.
this
Wait,
because
wait,
I've been
just
trying
real
to
quick.
say,
I'll make it
I've been trying to say,
stop. I'll make it super simple. Axion, you see a dog suffocating on the floor. Would you look at it and walk away, or would you help it?
Of course, I would help.
Cool. Okay, that's all.
all right, so a dog is apparently not capable of living in the fucking. The reason we made them pets in the first place because they cannot actually fend on their own. They
We
can't
don't
go to
make
Mother Nature.
dogs.
Yeah,
Breed
and
dogs?
we should not.
We don't make dogs.
We
That's
should
wrong.
not create
We
asphalt.
make dogs, but that's
Hold on.
completely wrong.
We
A
should
lot of
not make.
species were genetically manipulated for our pleasure, and I think that's completely wrong.
Yep. And the long
The
story
bulldogs.
short, we should not pay into a system that exploits animals, which includes animal agriculture as well. Anything
Yes.
that exploits animals unnecessarily, just do not pay for it at all.
I disagree
you have
because
to.
people need dogs. There's like, for instance, those emergency
Because of
breeding
their own
You don't know
interests.
the word need,
for
what it
blindness.
means.
Well, you
Like
know,
Okay,
people who are blind, they need that
people
shit.
need pets because
guys,
of their own
guys,
interests. It's
Not all
I don't
dogs.
guys.
agree. It's the same stuff as
Wait,
eating
wait,
meat.
wait, wait.
Oh, the
Axiom,
police
hold
use
on.
dogs.
Let's stick to the main subject, animal agriculture. Okay, so Mystic, would you agree that people do not need to buy meat, especially in a Western society?
I mean, that, again, that's debatable. Like we'd have to see all the protein, fucking like what you get protein from, how much protein you can get from
Yeah, and
plants
if
that
I
you
show
can't.
you that you can get way more protein on the vegan diet, should people be vegan?
Was it walnut? Was it walnuts?
No,
You showed me walnuts, right?
seitan. So if I
Seitan.
put, so I'll ask again. If vegans can get way more protein on the vegan diet, should people be vegan?
Well, that also depends on other things like whether we can actually, whether that's sustainable and
It
if you can
is.
grow that much
It
seitan.
is.
Well,
Okay,
only
it is.
B12 it's not available.
Hold on.
That's all.
We'll get to it.
B12 is very
We can
important for
get
the body.
all of the nutrients on a vegan diet, and it's way more affordable and it's way more efficient. Mystic, should people be vegan?
Yes.
Cool. Based. Okay. Chip, do you have any other inputs?
No, I mean, I don't know. I just like, I'm also chatting with some people in the chat saying stuff like plants have feelings and stuff like that. And I hope nobody here thinks that plants have feelings, do we? Or do we all agree? Is everybody in this...
Don't know. No one knows. They could be like trees could have fucking feelings. We don't even know.
I opened Pandora's box just now. Does everybody here...
They're living things.
Sure, but before we dive into that, does everybody here agree that animals are sentient beings capable of suffering who have emotions?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mystic, maybe?
That's a question mark to me.
So wait, sorry. Mystic, you say maybe for animals and maybe for plants?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's a possibility that plants have feelings, but, like, not in the sense that, like, a human has feelings, but I don't fucking know, bro. Like, I just feel like since they're living, like a plant is living,
you want evidence? I can provide you evidence.
But you can provide evidence, but also, like, bacteria is alive. Do you think bacteria has feelings? Do you think when you're washing your hands, you're committing a holocaust of bacteria?
Well, the bacteria try to survive.
So do you think bacteria is sentient?
Is in the same way as a plant.
So do you think that a plant is sentient?
Wait, hold on, Chip. Maybe there is
are you saying sentient or sentient?
Sentient.
Yeah, there is a bit of a word kind of like issue.
I'm talking about sentient.
What is
sentient? Which is different.
Like a sense,
that
I
is
think.
It senses things.
Yeah, right? of course it senses things.
So there is this complex organism that which is a bunch of trees.
But it doesn't have emotions, do they? They don't have emotions.
In the Amazon, but they have a kind of some kind of language, and they are plants.
Hold on.
Do they have
Chip, could you describe or define the word sentience for the people?
Yeah, sure. So sentience, when I mean sentience from now on, of course, there's a lot of things that make up sentience. Sentience is essentially an emerging property. We don't really know how to properly define or what exactly constitutes sentience, but I'll provide you with what part of sentience actually matters, and maybe that part of sentience that matters is made out of different parts, right? So what out of sentience matters is the subjective experience of the world. And if you understand what that means, is essentially if you've ever thought to yourself, well, what is it? Who am I? What am I feeling? That's essentially what kind of like sentience is. It's the idea of consciousness, right? A little bit of self-awareness in a sense. You're basically experiencing the world. You're going through, you might have some senses. You might have different senses. And based on what you're seeing, you're getting emotions out of it. You're forming memories out of it. And all of that, you make choices out of it, right? It's very important that also the perspective of choice in this whole idea, right? So emotions, choice, and all of it, eventually bringing it to an emerging property that is called a subjective experience of the world. Do you think plants have that?
Potentially.
Potentially, but potentially. Well, we've already established that plants don't have emotions, right?
I mean, they could do. You don't know. No one knows.
Could it be? Can I rephrase what you said in another words?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So could it be that a sentient being, it's able, because the only sentient being that I'm aware, because we don't have other evidence that support that animals have this capability. So could it be that an animal that is able to have metacognition, which is us?
I don't know what you mean by cognition, right? Like I think all of it
No,
matters.
I said metacognition. So it's like you are aware that you are aware, which means
not all animals are aware that they're aware, but all animals have a subjective experience of the world. So you don't have to be aware that you're aware.
That's different. But I would say that what makes us different, you know.
Yeah, not necessarily. There's also animals who are aware that they're aware. I think, if I'm not mistaken, in a recent study, they showed that pigs are one of those animals that are aware that they're aware, and that they're actually incredibly intelligent. They actually can, they're not just aware that they're aware that humans are aware, which is even a step deeper into cognition. But, like...
How do they know that? How do they find that out?
They just do. So the way they do it is they ask themselves, how would we know out of a human being if they have any of this? And the way they do it is they do some tests and behavioral tests based on that, right? So I can't tell you exactly what the tests are, but they do behavioral tests because that's the only thing we can know, right? We can know it from behavior. And based on that, they essentially create logical arguments and say, well, the only logical reason why they would do this is if they knew this or that. Do you understand?
But I think it's complicated because you cannot prove this without a doubt, because I'm not completely sure if anyone else besides me is aware that they are aware. I just assume.
A lot of studies are very bullshit. Like, there are a lot of fucking bullshit studies, and they do it. I think they do these results because they want to make a profit. So they say, hey, yeah, this result is true.
Yo, can I say something?
Just real quick, I will just address this. There is the hierarchy of evidence, Mystic. Yeah. It's good to know what the hierarchy of evidence is. So, for example, I can produce a study where the only person that was in the study was me, right? And I said that, like, smoking is good for you, but that's really bad. I think Post has something about the hierarchy.
It's good for your mental.
Yeah, put it on the screen.
Oh, yeah, well, VPM, you're back. Happy.
Look at the FDA studies, and they are the ones who pass a lot of shit and like regulate these studies, right?
No. These studies.
So just some Some
let's
of them,
not make
not like
it.
the fucking medical shit. But let me say this because they've been shown to be corrupt too. They've accepted
But
funding.
don't make it
Why would we
political.
let you
Wait,
say you something
yeah,
incorrect?
don't
Why
make
would
it.
you allow you to do it?
Don't make it political because some of these studies are not conducted in the United States of America anyway. So don't make it political, okay? Some studies are done outside of the US. There's if you read about where bias in studies comes from, bias in studies doesn't come from financing. A lot of the times the bias in studies comes from the bias that the researchers have themselves, and that impacts the study more than who funded the study.
I also quickly wanted to ask, is that there were other people who wanted
Wait,
to
can I
chime
say
in a little
something?
bit? I
We
think,
can't eat
yeah, what's
carrots,
up?
guys, because it doesn't benefit the carrots.
Do you feel good about saying that?
Oh, I feel so great. They banned me from the chat, so I had to pull up. Hawk in this bitch.
So you think? Wait. So let me see if I get this straight. Do you think that a carrot is an individual?
No.
Okay.
But they're saying that with the cows, so I wanted to make it.
Do you think?
See how dumb that shit is.
Do you think a dog is an individual?
Yeah.
So do you think a cow is an individual?
But a cow and a dog isn't the same thing. If you try to that's just misrepresenting the whole
Okay.
fucking thing.
Well. See, there's this question.
If a cow is an individual, he's not asking you to compare dogs and cows.
Yeah.
Like, is a wolf and a dog the same?
Well, I'm not asking you if they're the same. You and I are different. You and I are different.
A wild animal and a fucking pet is not the same. That's why it's misrepresented.
Can you answer the question? Is a cow an individual or not?
Sure, a cow is technically an individual, but can it think for itself, know its own mortality or what's going on?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh, that's what you're asking? Then no.
So then I'll put another question. So why do we choose pets?
Because
do you think it's in their own interests? I don't think so.
I don't understand the question.
Well, yeah. Before we dive into pets, wait.
Why do we choose pets? You know why? It's in our own interests because because in our society we are overcompensating the fact that everybody is more alone, and we use pets for company.
Like
I mean, sure, but I think the pets benefit too. No, like if you raised a cow, would you be mad that someone is not killing that cow and they're raising it?
Let's address one thing at a time, right?
Yeah, my bad.
I'm guessing Gav, you're not vegan, right?
No.
So what you said, sorry, Felix. So what you said is that cows are individuals, right? Do you think it's okay to exploit and slaughter individuals for optional products or for money?
If it's done in a humane way, like, you know what I'm saying? Like if they're not torturing the animals beforehand, then
I didn't say animals, I said individuals. Do you think it's okay? And I'll repeat the question. Do you think it's okay to exploit and slaughter? You think it's okay to exploit and slaughter individuals for optional products?
Well, I think yes, but I told you that a cow isn't an individual.
So would you agree then, if you said yes, would you agree that slavery is essentially an exploitation of individuals for something that we don't actually need to exploit those individuals for?
Sure, but
so then
I think
by your own logic,
humans have rights, no? That are different than animals' rights?
Of course, humans have legal rights, but we're not talking about legality here. We're talking about morality here, right? Humans have the same. Since humans are individuals and animals are also individuals, or the animal at least that we're discussing right now are individuals, wouldn't you assume that they have the same moral right to their own freedom?
Okay, so I would say the same about pets.
Before we dive into pets, let's wait for a second, okay? Let's take it one step at a time. So you agree that so you agree that they have the same moral right to freedom. So then I ask you if it's okay to exploit and slaughter individuals, and then I made a comparison to slavery, which is again an exploitation and slaughtering of individuals for whatever reason. Do you agree with slavery?
No.
So then you see that there is a logical inconsistency within your morals or within your argumentation right now.
I just don't think that a cow is an individual. I don't think
they
know what's going on.
So now you're contradicting yourself.
You said yes.
Up until their death, they won't even know that they're about to die.
Okay, wait. That's okay. That's okay. I can equalize for that. So let me ask you this: if a human being would not know that they're gonna die for whatever reason, maybe they were in a car accident, they no longer lack the cognitive abilities to know if they are going to die, if they are an individual, or any of it. If that human being were to exist, and I'm sure that you know that they do, human beings like that exist, would it be okay for me to exploit and slaughter them just because I can?
No.
No,
just because you can doesn't mean you should, but
okay,
I'm definitely going to eat that Big Mac later.
So then you see the logical inconsistencies within your view?
Sure, but
okay,
I think we just got to agree to disagree, sir.
What are we agreeing to disagreeing? You already agreed that there is a logical inconsistencies within
Well, someone said they could prove that a cow is an individual. I'm really curious on that one. I'm not going to lie.
Could I just try something real quick, Chip?
Yeah, go for it.
What's the morally relevant difference between a cow and a human, such as if you remove that thing from a human, it would make it okay to farm humans?
The self-awareness.
Okay, so if I demonstrate to you some mentally disabled people, would you be okay with farming them?
Yeah, that's actually so good. That's such a good argument.
I'm actually serious because I'm trying to see if you're going to be consistent.
Well, the outliers, I don't know if they make the best arguments, but at the same time, I guess you do have an outlier argument. I will agree with you.
But could you at least address it like with a yes or no response? Would you be okay with farming those disabled people?
Yeah, so obviously that wouldn't be cool. You know, I got my neurodivergent homies. I'm ADHD fuck myself. I wouldn't like no one farming me, but
question, please.
So yeah, that's wrong. But I don't know. I just feel like there's many differences between animals and humans.
Felix, before you continue, just 1 second. So the reason I think you said one thing, that the outliers, we kind of have an argument for the outliers. But you got to understand one thing: when we're discussing all of this, we're not necessarily discussing the idea of exploiting and slaughtering millions or billions of animals. We all acknowledge that that's bad. I don't think anybody in this room, even if they're not vegan, don't agree with the idea that we do exploit and slaughter too many individuals. What we're talking about here, where it's literally the exploitation and slaughter of one single individual, So that's what we're talking here. You paying for or choosing to exploit and slaughter one single individual in all of these hypotheticals, okay?
A mentally deficient person. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do that. I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer, guys, I promise.
So what is the morally relevant difference between a cow and a trait equalized human that make it not okay to kill a human, but okay to kill a cow?
I don't know. I just feel like humans, you know what I mean? Like.
Sorry? Humans what?
We're the ones that set the rules, you know? We have hopes, we have dreams, and
so might makes right. Is that what you're trying to claim? So because we're stronger, we make the rules, we can exploit whoever we can subjugate to us?
No, but if we have to do it to survive, you know?
Do you think you eat animal products for survival?
I'm not gonna sit there and eat tofu all day. I love it in my miso soup.
Sorry, hold on. So there is a difference between wanting to eat something and needing to eat something. I'm asking you, do you need to eat animal products to survive?
The thing that a lot of vegans don't understand is it actually costs a lot of money to be vegan. You know what I'm saying?
So if I prove to you that it's actually, if I prove to you that it's actually cheaper to be vegan, are you gonna go vegan? So you don't really care about money, do you? Why are you commenting it then?
I mean, sure, of course I care about money, but...
So look at the screen. Look at my screen. So we have evidence for it.
Those Impossible Burgers cost more, so I just don't understand how...
Yeah, but in aggregate, when you take a diet as a whole, so vegan diets are cheaper. So...
Okay, I respect that.
So this says, in fact, plant-based consumers are shown to spend less than all other consumers assessed. So they assessed several diets, and plant-based diets was the cheapest. This says mean blah 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 total food cost per day decreased in the vegan group approximately 16% compared to no significant change in the control groups. So when you go on a plant-based diet, you generally pay less. So that means you're going vegan, Gav, right? Because you care about the spendings.
It just doesn't satisfy you the same way, if
Well,
that makes
that's
sense.
not the thing that you cared about. Why did you bring it up?
In an energy, well, sure, but I mean, in an energy sense too. You know, it's just not the same. But you
What do
know,
you mean in an energy sense is not
I
the same? We know
respect
energy
vegans
comes from
and shit.
calories, right?
Like if you want to do that with your life, I respect that, man. I do.
Hey, you're jumping around. You said in an energy wise, it's not the same. So what do you mean by that?
Sure. It just
So stop
doesn't make you
throwing
feel
shit at
as
us,
full.
hoping that it sticks. Can you please
Food
think
is
through the
energy.
things?
Food is energy, so it doesn't nourish you as much. In my
Yeah, so plants
personal
have
experience,
energy, yes? Plants have calories, yes?
yes, but just not
So
as
there
much.
is no difference there between an omnivorous diet and a plant-based diet, yes? Both
Yeah,
have energy?
vegans.
Both have energy, sure,
Yeah, so
but
that's not the thing that is different again. So please
in my
tell me why the
look,
fuck
I
is
don't
it
have any
paying
science
for
behind
cows to
this.
have their throat slit?
Just saying, in my personal experience, I feel more energized when I eat meat. That's all I'm saying.
Excuse me, did you ever go on a plant-based diet for a significant time?
Yeah,
Not for a
specifically
significant amount of
steak
time, but
with some butter.
Black Cat, can you wait,
Juicy.
please? We're talking to Gav. Then
I've
we're
done a
gonna
week of
continue.
eating Impossible Burgers because it was all I had. So I
Sorry,
don't know if that
excuse me?
counts.
Did you say that
I
you
did a
went on a
week of
plant-based
eating
diet for a
the plant
significant period
burgers.
of time?
Nah,
Only a week.
steaks is better.
Black, can you please be quiet? Gav, yes or no? No. You said no?
For a week, if that counts.
No, that doesn't count. It takes about 3 weeks to make sure that you eat enough calories on a change of any diet to any other diet. When you change a diet, it takes a while for you to eat enough calories, especially when you go to a plant-based diet.
Wouldn't that mean what you just said there, that it does have less calories though? If you have
No,
to
it
like
just
get
takes you
used to
a
your
while.
body.
No, it just takes you a while to take in more volume of food because, generally speaking, plant-based diets, plant-based foods have less calories if you're not making sure to eat the calorie-dense foods. If you don't eat the beans and the lentils and stuff like that, and the tofu, yes, tofu as well, then you're not going to get enough calories. It takes a minute to learn how to do that. Are you willing to do that, Gav? Since you don't really have good arguments for continuing being the person for whom cows have their throats slit.
Don't fall in the trap.
I tried keto and it was fucking terrible.
So let me just put it, because I'm a certified nutritionist. I keep saying that a lot, only to gain a little bit of your trust when I say that. I also took the diploma for this specific reason, so that I already had a lot of nutritional training before, but I took the diploma. It was fairly easy to do because, as I said, I already had nutritional training. One of the things that VPM was saying, and one of the things that I was taught in this course, is that plant-based food is nutrient dense and animal-based food is in general energy dense. So what that means is that, yes, in general, plant-based food does have a little bit less calories, but it does have more micronutrients, and animal-based food has more calories and less micronutrients in general. So, but what you can do is eat more plant-based food and account for the calories, right? So you don't need to do any of this calculation, or you can eat more foods that are rich in calories, like nuts, like coconut stuff. I don't know, like there's a lot of, as long as they have, because fat is the one that's high in calorie.
I'm sorry, you set me up for that.
Say it again.
No, my bad, carry on.
Guys,
You have to be a sheep.
I have a point of view on this question. I think the people with another world zone, like it is near to equator, or maybe it is north zone or cool zone. So people in cool zones need need an animal food. So
animal fat.
I know it. I know it from my own example, because I know I had an experience where I tried to come out not to consume any animals, but it was a way of compromises and something like that, because I think the eels, it's in zones like Siberia, in zones like Scandinavia. If you do not eat the meat, you, I think your health become low.
So Grasshopper,
Yes.
what is it that you think you can get that you need? What is it that you think you need from animal products that you can't get from plant-based products?
I think he's saying in certain areas those other things aren't as accessible.
I didn't ask if they're accessible or
Yes.
not. You said in certain areas you need it.
It
So I'm
was
curious.
my way of thinking. In my experience, what I see, what I know, the people who live near to the equator, they can deal with it. They can stay
Fish?
vegan all their life. They can do it, and they have no illness and stuff like that. They can keep healthiness, but in the zones there is the sunlight is not very much. It is harder and harder and harder, or zone to the zone.
Do you know what the most vegan country in the world right now is? I'm just gonna answer. It's the UK. It's a place where there is almost no sun.
Ireland, Icelandia.
Yeah, so the island, I believe I'm not really good at
No,
UK.
Ireland,
Part
it
of
is
the UK, yeah?
Irelandia. Okay, Ireland. I say like Sweden, Norwegian, and Iceland. Maybe Iceland. It's
But to do it doesn't mean it's not possible to do it there. In fact, I have a person who, when they go to the darker, more cold side of Germany, and they do it periodically, they bring vegan food for me, like vegan tasty treats. So it's possible to be vegan there as well.
Bro, they're probably so expensive. They probably have to get so much hydroponics up that you might as well just grow weed. More profit on that.
Well, it's generally cheaper worldwide, so it's like you just like banging things at us, Mac. You have no evidence for what you're saying ever.
And either way, yeah, I'm just curious. Like, do you live in that area? Do you live in an area where you don't have access to plant-based products? Do you have access to a supermarket? Let me ask you this.
Grasshopper, I just love you, man. I just wanted to say that, man. You're a dope man.
So Grasshopper, do you have access to a... Oh, you left.
no,
he's here.
You're here. You're here.
What has been said? I left.
So Grass, do you have access to a supermarket?
I live in Siberia, in rural zone of Siberia.
So do you have access to a supermarket?
And I have access to the supermarket, of course.
Yeah. So then you can buy plant-based products.
Carrots, onions.
Yes, I can grow
beans,
it myself.
You can eat beans. Yeah.
I can grow it myself, but no,
it doesn't matter. You can go to a supermarket and buy this food, right? You can go to a supermarket and buy potatoes, beets, carrots, onions, beans, rice. You don't have to grow that shit.
But I do it myself.
Mongolia,
I
though.
make it myself.
Sorry, you do what?
I make it myself. I grow it by myself.
Perfect. So
I grow the carrots. I grow the onion. I grow anything of vegetables I need.
There you
Yeah,
go.
so you have a privilege over us, actually, because you eat the freshest, best tasting food when we eat only the things that we can get in a supermarket, which are
That's
not.
rich.
Oh, I
He has to
really,
do it all
I
himself.
really privilege over us because I have.
No, it sounds like you have a privilege
You
over
can
me.
grow it yourself too, post-mortem. No one's
No,
stopping you.
not really. I live in an apartment. I was able to grow about 6
But no one's
small
legally
potatoes
stopping
and
you.
2 tomatoes.
Guys,
That's what I
it's
was able
time
to
to
grow.
check our privileges. I
Yeah,
know.
That
I
is
don't have the
crazy. I'm not
privilege
gonna
of
lie.
owning land where I can grow food. Yes?
I mean, people be growing shit in their room. I don't know. I knew a
Guys,
friend that
please,
grew mushrooms in his
please
closet.
be right back. So sorry. I
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to pee and stuff like that.
Yeah, let's talk to somebody else anyways, because, people don't understand when I say, well, you have privilege. They don't understand what they're talking about. You have actual fucking land to grow food on. Jesus Christ.
So I think if we come back to, because I think we had a conversation with Mystic Mac and Gav, and I am curious, like with Mystic Mac we had a long conversation, but like Gav, I'm curious to ask you. So you will be in a position where you can choose to exploit and slaughter a sentient being, right? Let's imagine you go to a restaurant, just as a example. You go to a restaurant and you can pick a plant-based burger or a plant-based meal, one that would maybe fulfill all the needs that you want, and you could pick a meal that exploits and slaughters a sentient being. Which one would you pick?
Well, I'll be straight up with you. That sentient being is already dead. I'm gonna choose that one.
But of course, you realize that by you choosing that one, another sentient being will be exploited and slaughtered, right? So you have some responsibility
Do you
in the
think that
matter.
one person, like genuinely, let me ask you this: do you think one person abstaining from eating meat is really gonna stop shit?
Yeah, it is. First of all, it is. There is an impact that one person can have, number one. And number two, does it really matter? If you agree that it is the morally preferable thing to do, then, and that would mean that you would want to live in a world where people make that choice.
That it's wrong to exploit them.
Say it again.
So if it doesn't stop them being exploited, then what is it doing?
Well, it does stop from more sentient beings being brought into existence for the sole purpose of being exploited.
Okay, but I don't think it does. I just don't. I don't think, you know what I mean? They don't base it off one cow.
What would convince you that it does? What would convince you that it does?
If you show me a factory that runs their thing like that, I would believe you. But
so do you think that we live in a supply and demand market? Do you live in a supply and demand
100%,
market?
but I think that the demand is so much on meat that there's just no chance that you could, you know what I mean? That will never change. I'm not going to lie to you. Like,
so how
I
is
respect
it
you for fighting for what you believe, but I don't think you'll ever actually.
But wait, okay. Before we dive into that, like, so first of all, I agree that your impact might be minimal, right? But let me just put this hypothetical out there, okay? So that you understand our whole perspective of it, right? Because so there's 90 billion land animals that are killed every year for food, exploited and killed for food. 90 billion land animals, okay? Let's put it this way: there's 8 billion people on this planet. Obviously, if there would be a super ultra rich person who would have access to every government and could bypass any law, and they would say, I would want to kill 100 people every year, obviously that wouldn't make a dent in the 8 billion people on this planet, right?
Guy, what I tried to say for the part of these concerns,
Grasshopper, wait for a second.
It's necessary. It's necessary.
Grasshopper,
but
wait for a second.
Need to different. What is the necessary or what is the unnecessary?
Yes, Grasshopper, wait for a second. Yeah, Grasshopper, wait for a second. So my argument was that if a rich person could choose 100 people on this planet to kill, it would not make a dent in the 8 billion people that are on this planet. However, if you were one of those 100 people that he chooses to kill, wouldn't you say it means everything to you?
Yes, but I just don't think that they're gonna be saved by me not ordering a single burger from a restaurant.
So you agree?
You know what I'm saying? Wait, I got a question real quick.
Wait, so you agree on the fact that there is, before we go, let's just finish with this and then you can ask your question, okay?
Yeah, sure.
So you agree with the idea that 100, that even if you were, by the way, the calculation is that you could be saving between 100 and 300 animals per year by choosing a plant-based diet. Maybe your impact would not be significant at first, but eventually it will be significant, right? So my question is that if you could be saving 100 individuals in the whole 900 billion animals, yes, it means nothing. But do you agree
hypothetical that it actually would save the cows, I think I'm not gonna lie to you, I still wouldn't.
I think
no, I
it's
don't
a
vote.
different word.
I need protein.
We just saying
protein.
one thing, because it is the two part of dying animals, necessary or unnecessary.
Yeah,
two parts.
So if you find out that it's...
I think what is exactly means necessary?
So necessary
in Mongolia, they only have meat.
On
takes
this
a lot
film.
of time to digest wheat. We need protein. I couldn't care less. We need animals to eat. We need animals.
So wait. Everybody who thinks that we need animal products to survive and
no,
to thrive.
No.
Everybody who thinks...
I just said in the zones on the planet, it is depends on.
Okay.
Because
Grasshopper,
bro, you're really annoying. Your accent is really
to tropics.
in the head.
They can do it lightly. They can do can be vegans without any consequences for them.
So let me put it this way. Within the area that you live in, within where you exist at the moment where you exist right now, within the area that you exist and you live in, you choose to spend your life right now in. If you think that you cannot thrive on a plant-based diet in your area, please tell me exactly what nutrients you think you cannot get from a plant-based diet that you couldn't
Vegans are the prime example that the mother should have swallowed. I'm telling you, please don't get me started on this. So vegans
Do we not have a moderator right now?
Как сказать отказался, блядь? I end up with consuming mammals so long years before. So my meat ration is fishes and chickens right now.
I'm asking the same question.
Many fishes and chickens, because I live in Siberia. I take care of my health because it's so cool to
slowly.
Did you understand my question?
Yeah, we got your question, and it's got no problem.
Things because
Can you please answer my question?
You are,
I got you. Well, listen, we need nutrients to survive, and plants. It takes a lot of time to digest plants, and it takes a lot of energy. It doesn't give any, it doesn't generate much energy than it takes.
That's not true, first of all. So that's not true. You can get... So calories are calories. You realize that one gram of protein, 1 gram of carb, and 1 gram of fat have the same amount of calories regardless of the source that they're coming from, right?
No, you listen to me. The wheat takes a lot more energy to get digested. You're gonna feel lethargic when you eat all wheat-based. If you eat roti or rice, I don't know what you're talking about exactly here, but
please try not to be this universal, because
it takes a lot of energy to digest all that. I mean, if you need instant and fast energy, you need protein, and that comes from animals.
No, that's not true. First of all, that's not true. First of all, none of it that you said is not true. Instant and fast energy comes from simple carbohydrates. First of all, that's how you get instant and fast energy.
I didn't mean instant and fast. Okay, sorry, maybe I'm wrong.
Even if you think you need protein as instant and fast energy, plant-based sources can also have protein. So I don't see the purpose in you saying that, well, we need animal products because we need protein, given that both of them have protein.
It depends. You're right. See, it depends who you ask. If you're young, you need proteins to build a muscle and all that. When you're young, you should have protein. As you get older, it's harder to digest all that animal meat. So you should maybe switch to vegan, or maybe you should switch to being vegan when you're 35 years old.
You're still missing the point. You're still missing the point.
No, when you're young, you need meat, bro.
What exactly is it in meat that you cannot get from plants?
It's like, okay, if you eat broccoli, right? It generates.
No, I didn't ask you that. Oh. What exactly is it in meat that you can't get from plants?
I'm telling you with an example.
But you're comparing. Your example is really bad. Do you know why? Because you're comparing broccoli, which is
Do you not like? Okay, hold on. Let's hold on. Wait, let me tell you. It generates -2 calories when you eat broccoli because it takes
No,
like
it
5
doesn't.
calories and then it gives you 3. It takes 5
That's not
calories
true.
to chew and
That's not
that's
true.
true.
That's not true.
That is true.
That is
That
not
is
true.
true.
And
It takes
that goes
-2
against
calories.
that goes against the first rule of thermodynamics. So it cannot be true.
No. Listen to me. It takes 5 calories to chew, and then it gives you 3 calories. So it gives you -2.
That's not true.
Can you not hear can you not hear me?
Dude, do you have any sources for these claims, or are you just gonna
Exactly,
be?
I do.
Yeah, show me those sources.
And listen to what I'm saying.
No. Listen, I'm a certified
takes-
nutritionist. I did my time.
takes
I studied
5
all of this.
calories
Everything
to
that you're
chew,
saying,
and it
everything that you're
generates
saying
2.
is meaningless, because you know why? The way we calculate calories for food is we take into consideration, of course, the process of digesting that food. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and that gives out 3 calories. But chewing, the
No,
work
it does
of chewing,
not. Jesus Christ, how are you this like? Do you not understand the point that let's say broccoli? So broccoli. What is the macronutrient profile of broccoli?
Whatever it is, it generates 3 calories and it takes 5 to chew.
But that is not
how
true.
hard is it for you?
That is not true.
It is for you to understand.
That is not true.
Even when you're talking, it's using some calories, right? So talking takes calories, chewing takes calories, and if it takes more calories than it generates, then it's a negative calorie deficit. How hard is it for you to understand?
Calories do like energy is calories, but I don't know
how hard is it for you to understand? Everything
but that
takes
is not
energy.
true. You know that, right? That's not how it works.
Oh, he's actually right on that. It does
you're not
take
willing
energy.
to. You're not willing to.
It does, like, I'm not saying, listen. It's not that it doesn't take calories for you to chew the food. Of course it takes energy for you to digest any food. But do you know that when we calculate the amount of calories, when I say 1 gram of carbohydrates has 5 calories, it takes into consideration the digestion of those calories. It's not about that it in general has 5 calories. It's that it has 5 calories for you to digest it. Do you understand that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
That's how much energy you're getting. That's how much energy you're getting after the digestion process of 1 gram of carbohydrates. Do you understand that?
I got your point, but that's what it generates. Only 5 calories are useful to me, right? You're saying yourself. The only 5 calories are like what I can use.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Jesus Christ. So understand it, and I'll say it again. What you're saying is that the macro profile of broccoli, for whatever reason, I don't know exactly what the macro profile is, but let's assume that it is 2 grams of carbohydrates.
Neither do I.
These 2 grams of carbohydrates will provide you with 10 calories after digestion. Do you understand that? That means that while you're digesting this, you're consuming the energy that you're not consuming more energy. Do you understand that? Like the amount of calories that it takes into consideration.
That's what I'm telling
the amount of calories that 1 carbohydrate has is the same. Yeah. It's calculated within digestion, within your process of digestion. It's the energy that you get from 1 calorie of carbohydrates. It's not the energy that 1 gram of carbohydrate has. Do you understand that?
You're saying that they are taking into account the process of digestion already.
Exactly.
when they say
exactly. That's how we calculate energy.
No, but they're not taking not taking in account chewing because everybody chews differently. They're not. That's what I'm saying.
How do you think they take all of this into consideration? Do you think they imagine you putting the food up your bum or something? Come on, think for a second.
Are you saying chewing doesn't take any energy? You're talking.
I already
it takes energy.
explained to you. All of the food is taken into consideration. All that energy is taken into consideration. Come on, man.
Chewing is not. That's why I said chewing. I did not say digestion. I said chewing. Do you know that? You do not know that.
Chewing is part of the digestion process.
Everybody chews differently. They cannot even take into account chewing.
Chewing is part of the digestion process. Come on, I like this is ridiculous.
They did not take that into account.
I don't know
how hard it is.
All of this is nonsensical, and I'm not interested in. I'm not interested in unscientific things. So, if you have questions that are at least have some form of basis in science, not something that you heard on Reddit or somewhere on the internet, and you have no facts to back it up, then please put them here. Otherwise, there's no point.
Do you mind if?
Yo, can I have a
jump in
question?
Say the vegan. Why not?
Do you mind if
I'm not a fucking nutritionalist.
Yeah,
you cannot understand
science of it. if they made it where no animal is ever harmed and they don't know that they're gonna die on some like euthanasia type thing, like up until the moment they're dead, they don't know that they're gonna die and all that. Like they're in a field, they're chilling. Do you think it's still morally wrong to eat them?
So let me.
He's like, you can eat 1 million broccolis. He's like, yeah, if you want the same amount of energy, you should eat 1 million broccoli.
You guys should just
that's what he means.
stop yelling stuff
Yeah,
out.
you should.
No, I'm not saying that. First of all, I've never advocated for eating broccoli, first of all. So I guess you are strawmanning my position. I've advocated for eating plant-based. There are several plant-based foods that are higher in calories than broccoli. Now, let's move on, okay? Like, because I see you're very pseudoscientific in your one worldview. So I'll answer this question that Gav proposed. So Gav, the idea that you are still exploiting and slaughtering a sentient being, even if they do not know that they are being done, that's being done to them, is, in my opinion, still wrong, right? And let me put this hypothetical out for you out there. If a woman were to be in a cab, right, and she was to be passed out, she just passed out, maybe she drank too much, whatever the reason, and the taxi driver would fondle her, she would never know that happened to her. Let's imagine the scenario, she would never know that happened to her. Would it be moral for that cab driver to do that to her?
No. But like, she would still have to live after that and shit. Like the animal's just dead, you know?
It doesn't matter, because if she wouldn't know afterwards, she wouldn't be living after that with anything. You would be committing an immoral act, regardless if the victim knows that act is being done onto them or not. You know that you're doing an immoral thing.
I just think the reason of eating food justifies me doing it to the animal than the reason of the pervert doing it to the woman. You know what I'm saying?
But so wait a minute, because the reason why you choose these products is not, you call it food, but see, that's where the biggest error is, because when you call it food, it's almost as if you're saying that you're doing it for nutrition, for sustenance. But what we're essentially saying is you can get nutrition and sustenance from plant-based products. So then the only differentiator when you're choosing this food, your differentiator is taste or convenience. So is taste not just another form of pleasure, and isn't convenience just the same thing? Aren't both of these just like, are these good enough reasons to exploit and slaughter somebody?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if they're not exploited, though, you know? They
are. What do you mean? All animals in animal agriculture are inherently exploited by the sheer fact that they're brought
right
into
now.
existence.
But I'm saying if
us.
it was run in a different way.
So what you're saying is that if we didn't control the breeding process of animals, right? That we just let animals breed on their own.
They were breeded for a reason. With an aim, they were breeded with an aim to, get something out of them one day. Why do you think so many chickens are, breeded every year?
Yeah. I wasn't discussing with you, by the way. I was discussing with Gav.
I don't even mean breeding. I just meant like there's a lot of, for sure, extra like torturous activities that I feel like go on in those type of places where they'll hurt them before they're even dead. I meant like if that stuff is gone, because I obviously don't agree with, just like hurting them to make the job of farming them easier.
But why is it that? Why is it that?
I guess there's a convenience aspect to it. There's definitely financial.
But why is
I don't know. Like it's just quick and easy to go. Get a slice of pizza, get a burger.
But I have a question. Why is it that you completely disregard the experience of the sentient being, the animal? Why is it that you think that their experience means nothing? Because what you're saying is that their experience doesn't really mean anything as long as they don't suffer. That's all that you're worried about, that they wouldn't suffer.
They still have a good life. They're still running around the field and shit. What is really the difference to them? That's all I'm saying. They don't even know. So if we're eating them after they're dead.
But would it be okay for somebody? Would it be okay for somebody to do exactly the same thing as you?
If a child is right, and then they want to give their organs to another child that's dying to save them, is that morally okay? Because the person's already dead.
If the child wants to give, wait, can you say that again? If a child wants to give their organs,
so a child dies, and then they want to harvest their organs, their meat, right, to go save someone else. So my analogy is essentially we have to kill these animals to go feed our children, or some sense of that, You know what I mean?
So first of all, if that child did not consent to you harvesting their organs, then it is immoral for you to harvest their organs. That's number one. Second, I don't think that applies to the situation that you're in, because you're putting a situation where one child would die otherwise, and that's a different scenario, right? The situation that you're in is essentially saying, what if one child wanted to kill another child, and then that child would be dead, of course. They wouldn't even know that they were dead, because somebody would shoot them from the head, from the behind, let's say. They had a good life, you shoot them from the behind, and then we harvest their organs. Would that be moral to you?
Survival of the fittest. No, I'm playing.
No, just wait. I just want to make a point. I just want to make a point. I just want to make a point.
Jump in if you don't mind. Okay, you have to.
We have to do it one at a time, everybody. So yeah.
So what if you were strangled?
I've come across you many times.
Listen to me. Sorry. What if you were strangled in a fucking island, and there is an animal you can cook and eat?
Yeah.
But not a pure non-veg stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So what would you do?
So if I'm in a situation where my life depended on killing an animal and eating them, I will probably kill an animal and eat them. But if I'm in a situation where my survival would depend on killing and eating a human, I would probably kill and eat a human also to eat them. The point being that in my day-to-day life situation, I can't morally justify killing and eating a human, just because if I were in a survival situation, I would kill and eat a human. So why would I use that as a justification to kill and eat animals when I'm not in that situation?
So in Mongolia, it's okay because they don't really have anything but meat?
Well, you seem to forget one simple thing, and everybody seems to forget this whole idea, right? Any place that has animal agriculture also inherently has crop agriculture, because animal agriculture depends on crop agriculture. If you are growing animals, you are also growing food for those animals, because those animals need to be fed a lot of food, okay? So if you're growing food for those animals, why not directly grow food for yourself? Are there specific areas within specific countries?
Just eat grass.
Well, no, cows eat grass, but chickens don't eat grass. You know that, right?
Yeah, they eat seeds and shit. I played Minecraft.
Yeah, so we already...
If you don't mind, maybe I'll take the chance. Sorry to interrupt you there. Okay, so I just wanted to say quickly, I am not vegan, but I have a very good friend who's vegan. I'm not going to try and debate you on any of the individual points because I've talked them through with him. My question to you is more about, what would you say to somebody like me who understands all these things? I've seen some of your live streams where you say, oh, if it's cheaper to eat vegan or better for the environment, why not eat vegan? I personally just feel that, there is not this moral equivalency. Like, you say that you don't find it morally justifiable to eat cow, for example. But what if I were to just say to you that I think, that it's natural to do that? And, of course, you see in the animal kingdom other animals causing pain and suffering unto others to eat them.
So your whole argument is that it's natural.
Yeah, and my vegan friend has also said, well, that's what separates us from animals is the ability to tell that it's wrong and decide not to.
No, I disagree with that.
I would. Okay, well, fair enough. I'm just letting you know what he said. But my opinion is that, it's natural. And even if I could be convinced that it's cheaper or, more economical at the end of the day, I feel that I'm a human. And if I want to eat meat, I will. So, just what would you say to that?
But let me ask you, before I answer to your question, right? Let's remove from your situation. Where do you live, by the way? Are you comfortable sharing that?
I want to. Yeah, I've lived in North America, Europe, and I'm currently in Asia.
Okay, you're currently in Asia, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So let's imagine that in the situation. So you basically, the reason why I ask this is because although it's pretty much the same everywhere, we kind of exploit and slaughter the same animals everywhere. The reason why I ask this is because let's imagine that all these animals that we normally exploit and slaughter, cows, chickens, pigs, goats, all of these, all of a sudden are no longer, that species just can no longer exist anymore for some reason, whatever, right? And all we have is cats, dogs, and humans on this planet now. Now, my question to you is, would you apply exactly the same logic to cats, dogs, or humans? If you wanted to eat meat, you should be allowed to eat meat?
See, here's the thing. With humans, I wouldn't, because I do think, that we're separate in that way. But I'll be honest with you and tell you I've eaten dog.
I'm not saying if you have eaten it. My question to you is, if you're in the same situation as you are now, but the only animals left to be exploited and slaughtered would be cats and dogs and humans, would you, I understand you wouldn't for humans, but what about cats and dogs? Would you do it for cats and dogs? And I'm also curious about why not humans.
Yes, I would.
Of course.
Okay,
I would.
So in the situation that you're in, where you're saying you would exploit and slaughter cats and dogs just because you can.
Okay.
Just because you can.
Not because I can, and actually, it would depend on whether it was, if I didn't get any enjoyment out of the dishes that could be made using cats and dogs, and I wouldn't see any necessity. But if I did, it's the same way that I might, enjoy a nice meal at a restaurant. If it requires using, cat or dog or chicken or beef, then I see that as enough of a justification.
Well,
living in Asia changed.
And by the way, like, of course we can go down I can go down the route because you said no for humans, but before I go even down that route, I'm just curious, like, if you could get the same enjoyment from eating plant-based dishes, then wouldn't you say it would be morally preferable to you to choose a plant-based dish?
At that point, I probably would. I would say that it's morally preferable. Not that I would necessarily do it, but I mean, the reality is that, I don't think that we're anywhere close to that stage where you can truly get, equivalent enjoyment from something plant-based as compared to like
what do you
a
mean?
foie gras or a nice steak or
No, that's bullshit.
Well, because
you're adding spices and minerals on your animal products. You wouldn't be able to enjoy any animal product without plants. Don't make that mistake.
No, but I think it's unfair of you to say that, because it's true that, with certain meats, they have different flavors, they have different consistencies, they're different when they're cooked. It's simply a fact that it's impossible to make certain dishes without the required ingredients. I think it would be unfair of you to say that you could perfectly replicate every single meat-based item with plant-based sauce.
I never said that you could replicate the taste. I'm just saying that you could get food enjoyment. I'm just saying enjoyment. Enjoyment could mean that your taste may change in the process. You don't need to, in order to get enjoyment, like, you don't have to get enjoyment from the same thing. If you eat the same thing every day, you're not going to get enjoyment from that thing anymore. So enjoyment is something that we are very complex when it comes to enjoyment. So what I'm saying is that if you can find a way to enjoy yourself and eat your food and get the nutrition that you need, why would you ever choose to exploit and slaughter sentient beings?
Well, because if there was an option that gave me more utility or more enjoyment, I could certainly get all my nutrition from vegan sources, but there's still part of me that would always have a craving for like a nice meat-based meal, And I don't think that I could find that same level of utility in plant-based food, is what I'm saying.
What do you mean by utility? Do you mean like convenience?
Utility, enjoyment. Yeah, convenience, enjoyment.
Yeah, so are any of those a good enough justification to exploit and slaughter a sentient being?
For me personally, yes.
Okay,
and that's kind of my question. You might say that that's sick of me to say, but I think there are a lot of people who say that, and I wonder what your response is to somebody like me who says that is enough of a justification. Obviously, I'm disconnected from it too, because I'm not the one slaughtering and abusing them, but that's kind of what I was curious about is what do you say to somebody like me who says like, yes, that is enough of a justification?
Well, I don't think you're being intellectually honest. I think you're kind of, first of all, I think you're kind of neglecting what these animals go through. But I'll ask you this one simple question. Since your whole line is saying that animals don't have moral value, but humans do, I'll ask you, because that's what essentially what you're saying. I'm just curious, what exactly, given there is one single victim, if that victim is both of them, that victim would be animal regardless, because even if they're humans or not. But if that victim is a non-human animal or that victim is a human animal, what's the difference between them that justifies the difference in position that you have?
I would say because it's unnatural. Take another animal that's at the top of its food chain, it typically doesn't eat and hunt.
Nope, there's several animals who do that. There's several animals who do that.
Yes, there are.
So it is natural.
There are
doesn't
several,
really matter.
Of course, but it's also if you're gonna pick apart what I said and say that it's intellectually dishonest to kind of go broader. I could say you're doing the same thing. That of course there are cases of predators that do that, but I'm saying generally I would say that it's less natural for a human to eat a human.
It doesn't why does something being natural or not matter to you? Because I feel like, by the way, Axion, can you mute yourself? Because you're just breathing in the microphone and it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, ditto. But what were you saying?
Yeah, so you're committing an appeal to nature fallacy. Do you know what an appeal to nature is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the appeal to nature fallacy means essentially that what you're saying is that something being natural means that it's good, or something being not natural means that it is bad. Do you understand why that's not a valid argument?
Yes, but that's not my argument. I'm not saying that
it is. You said it's natural.
It's bad. No, but I never said that because something is not natural, it's bad. I just said that I tend to believe that something natural is better.
Exactly.
Which is not the same.
But you understand that something being natural doesn't make it better?
Yeah, I understand that it's not fair to generally say that because something is natural, it's bad.
Exactly. So you saying that you consuming animal products is natural doesn't necessarily mean that you consuming animal products is better. Anyway, and you would argue even let's take red meat, for example. You probably consuming red meat would be healthy, but red meat is not healthy for you. And I don't know if you agree or disagree with this one, because health, obviously, one part of a diet being healthy or unhealthy is kind of unfair for me to say, but you do know that red meat is type 2B carcinogenic. You do know that it most likely will contain saturated fat, which may clog your arteries, and cholesterol, which may raise your LDL-C and ApoB, which are all causes of atherosclerosis. So red meat is arguably more bad than good, and yet it is natural. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and maybe I went too deep down that line. I mean, it's not even a matter of saying that because it's natural, it's good. I mean, people like to smoke, which is unnatural and terrible for you. But essentially what I mean, and maybe the equivalent with eating meat and the smoking, is that for me, it's just something I enjoy. And, you could sit down with a smoker and tell them that, the people farming the tobacco are exploited and it's unnatural and it's bad for them. But in the same way that I would say with meat, I'd say, well, I enjoy it and I'm, it's accessible to me. I'm entitled to eat it or smoke the cigarette if I want to. And it's fair enough if you disagree, but
you have autonomy over your body, bro.
Listen, you have autonomy, but that's true. You have autonomy over your own body, and I don't have a problem with that,
but
right?
Not autonomy over slaughtering another animal.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You don't have Do you think you have autonomy over every single animal on this planet? Do you think you have the right to do whatever you want to an animal, just so that you get your own?
I'm not personally killing them, though.
No, but
and the thing is I wouldn't say the right to do whatever you want, and I agree that factory farming and stuff is terrible, but I'm disconnected enough from it that I would say, as humans, we do have the right to slaughter animals for food. And
if they're gonna kill them anyways, we gonna eat them.
Well,
you're so
but I mean, really, I'm not even trying to destroy you with an argument. I'm genuinely curious because it's obviously like a.
But you do understand
mismatch of opinion. I just wonder.
You do understand that the whole thing. So I feel like we're jumping from one point to another, right? Okay. So so do you understand that you have some responsibility in the matter of animals who are killed for you?
Yeah, I would say that it's unreasonable to treat them with excess levels of cruelty. Certainly, that's not something I endorse.
So regardless of how they're treated, you have the responsibility for the fact that some animals die because you make certain choices, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so you agree on that one. Now, my question is, why is it that you think that the experience of that animal means absolutely nothing, or it has zero moral worth, but the experience of a human being in the same condition as that animal would have more moral worth?
It's suppressed.
I couldn't explain it in a way that maybe is philosophically logical. I mean, I understand I understand that from your point of view. I'm sure you could argue that it doesn't, but to me, just inherently being human, I mean, even if I can't explain it in a nice way, to me, just inherently being human places more moral worth.
Well, but that's the thing.
And maybe that's where we differ.
Well, no, that's not the way we differ. The reason, because you have a lack of logic. Whenever we have a lack of logic in our morals, it can lead to extremely dangerous things. For example, it's an example. Slavery was justified by saying that the humans that we are enslaving are just animals. You see, and they drew an arbitrary line. They drew the arbitrary line at species. At race. They drew the line at race, and they said every race that's different from us is inferior to us. And they made the same justifications that you are making now. My race is better. Of course, I have a natural ability to protect my race. Of course, I want to protect my race. It's natural. Like, you see, this whole categories of saying that my species needs to be protected, but other species don't. It's creating this illogical thing, because if there's no logic between you choosing to exploit and slaughter somebody strictly based on how they're born, then you shouldn't be doing it.
Well, I would disagree.
Into the microphone,
well,
please.
if you would just give me a couple more minutes, and then I'll let you guys go. I would quickly say that I disagree, and I would say that there are some lines that do need to be drawn, and I understand what you mean with the comparison to slavery, but I don't think that that's a fair comparison. I think that drawing the line there is extreme. But like I said, I think it's justifiable to draw the line between humans and animals.
But let me ask you this.
I would ask you maybe a final question. Well, maybe one final thing.
But before you ask me this question, because you say this line, that it's justifiable to draw this line. So what you're saying, and you acknowledge that a white person did not choose to be born white, right? And there's no specific part of their DNA that makes them white or not. It's just multiple parts of their DNA that makes them white. A black person did not choose to be born black. It's multiple items that makes them black. The same thing can be said about species, right? A pig did not choose to be born a pig. A human did not choose to be born a human. It's multiple parts of that DNA that makes them either human or pig. So how is it that you seem to think that differentiating based on certain phenotypes is immoral and differentiating based on other phenotypes is moral? It's very arbitrary. You see that, right? Like the phenotypes that you chose. Yeah, go on.
I would say it's because you have to draw a line somewhere.
Yeah,
and
but you can draw it at
that I was going to ask is to illustrate that, and maybe you draw the line at sentience, is why is it unfair to draw the line at plants, for example?
Because plants don't
I'm
have
sure
sentience.
There are people who would argue. But so then let me turn it on you and ask, why is that the line? I could argue that sentience. Yeah. I could argue that sentience is an equally arbitrary line to draw. No,
no, it's not arbitrary.
Let me sorry, Val. Just I'll explain why sentience is not an arbitrary line. So sentience is indeed just another phenotype, but the reason why it is not arbitrary, it's because sentience in itself has moral worth, and I'll explain why. Sentience means that if somebody or an item, even a computer, a biological being, if they have sentience, it means that they have the capability of having emotions, feelings, and a subjective experience. By that, I mean that whatever I do to that item, that being, that biological being, whatever, they will essentially be feeling the consequences of what I do to them. If they are not sentient, they're not feeling those consequences. Do you understand that? Then whatever I do to them doesn't really matter if they're not feeling it. Do you understand that?
Yes, but I would question why you say it doesn't matter. I mean, I see why you draw that line, but for example, if you tear a plant out of the ground, it might not be able to feel it, but to say that it doesn't matter is to neglect the fact that you're tearing it out of the ground and killing it, essentially. That's kind of why I'm confused by you drawing that line.
Yeah, but so the thing is, now, obviously, I would not advocate necessarily like destroying plants without a reason, right? Because plants, in my view, they don't have like any inherent view because they don't care. If someone doesn't care, they don't have inherent view, but they can be helpful or instrumental for other sentient beings, right? For like animals or for humans, right? So if you destroy like forests, that can have an impact on other animals and humans, and that is important. So we ought not to kill unnecessarily, I think. We should preserve the environment, yada, yada, yada. But the plants don't care for their own sake. Animals do for their own sake.
And in fact, there are some plants who produce fruit that looks appealing to other beings so that the beings eat those fruits so that they poop out the seeds and more seeds grow. Mm-hmm. It's like plants plants have this whole I understand we say that, oh, killing, like you can't possibly equate killing a plant to killing an animal. First of all, like they're totally different things. And like you can take half of a plant, plant it in some water, and it
So how
will
do you compare
regrow.
killing an animal to a person then, if you can't
Because
compare
an animal
to a plant?
because an animal is exactly the same as a human being in all the ways that matter. That's what I'm saying. An animal thinks, an animal dreams, an animal behaves exactly like, I would argue, and if you don't believe me on this one, you can look at exactly how a human being, like just sit on a bench, look at how humans behave if you insert an unknown variable in their day-to-day, right? Whatever it is, you
Animals
just
think the same as humans.
if you insert one unknown variable in their day-to-day, they will behave exactly the same way that animals do. Because we all, like, we like to think that we're somewhat special as humans because we have the capability to ration, but we forget that rationalizing or doing rational things is something that we do, 5% of our time. Most of our time we spend literally following our instincts, our emotions, and everything. We behave exactly like animals. And animals, by the way, also 5% of their time think. They just don't think, I don't know, they just don't have the same cognitive abilities as us.
Well, let me say one final thing, is that if there were another, let's say there were another species on the Earth, or hypothetically, like, this is ridiculous, but like aliens, or something that was higher on the food chain, I would just say I wouldn't find any moral issue with them preying on and eating humans. Obviously, I wouldn't be happy with it, but in terms of my logic.
But come on, you say, when you say you wouldn't be happy with it, you're essentially saying there's something wrong with it. I know you want to say
because it's because it's not in my own self-interest. But in terms of like,
so you would find it moral.
Whether or not it's morally wrong, I wouldn't say it's morally wrong. I would say it's bad for me being lower on that food chain. But I would say that it's. I don't want to use the word natural because I don't want to get back into that. No, but I think that's just the way of life. I mean,
wait, one second, Val. So wait, Val, 1 second. Val, 1 second, please. Solstice. So what you're saying is that Jeffrey Dahmer, you know who Jeffrey Dahmer is. He killed and ate humans,
yes, of course,
because he could. He could do it. He had power over them. So what you're saying is that Jeffrey Dahmer, from your own worldview, acted morally because he had power over all of those humans.
No,
and
cannibalism isn't natural.
No,
cannibalism isn't natural.
But we already established. Wait. We already established that, first of all, cannibalism is natural, and second, that something being natural or not doesn't really matter, right? We already established that. So let's not call it natural. If you want to say cannibalism is bad or it's good, it's something else. But calling it unnatural is, first of all, not true and not important.
Okay, for humans, it's not natural.
Do you mean normal or do you mean natural?
It's natural for humans also. There's people, there's several people on this planet who have survived for decades just by eating other humans.
Yeah, kind of. Yes, yeah.
Outliers.
It doesn't really matter. You see, the whole point of it is that you always end up in this logical inconsistency. You always end up, by saying these kind of things, you always end up defending worse things, and you always just create this arbitrary rule that's saying human to human is somehow different. It is not. It's still a victim. It doesn't matter what species there are. Like Jeffrey Dahmer killing or eating humans is just as bad for those humans as if Jeffrey Dahmer killed and ate dogs for those dogs. If somebody chooses to kill and eat you, your preference to live, your interest in your own life is just as much as a preference to live and interest in their own life as any other animal.
You think that, okay, what about the value of these things' lives? Do you think the value of an animal's life is the same as the value of a human's life?
So when it comes to value, there's external value, there's internal value, right? Extrinsic value and intrinsic value. The value that I place on certain humans differs, right? My family has more value than you do. My family has more value than you do. And maybe if I had a pet companion, they would have more value than more strangers. In that sense, the value system that I create, the scale that I create, is different for everybody. You create a different scale than me. But the extrinsic value,
bias.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take out personal bias, because I completely agree. My dog is more important than any human on this.
Exactly. So what I'm saying.
Okay, Gav, what if you don't know the animal and you don't know the person? Which one is more valuable?
You gotta let me finish. So That's what I was going for. So that's why an act being moral or immoral doesn't matter the value that you place on that individual. What matters is what value that individual has on their own. And you can acknowledge that any single animal on this planet values their own life 100%, 1 unit, 100%. Their life is everything to them, just like your life is everything to you. You understand that all of us value our own lives equally, just as much as any other animal on this planet values their own life equally to us.
But a human has more capacity with what they can do with their life, and
doesn't really matter. I don't know. If you have more capacity.
I'm sorry to interrupt. By the way, I have to go. Thank you for your time.
Sure, come back whenever you want to come back. Yeah. So Gav, the whole point is that doesn't really matter. If you have more capacity to do more things in your life than I would, because maybe I'm, I don't know, crippled or intellectually challenged or something, I would have less capacity to do things in my life. Doesn't mean that you have more moral value than I do.
Like you said, then the person, it sounds fucked up to say, must sound like an asshole, but the person who's not crippled technically has more value. They do more things.
To you, but to them, their life is worth just as well. No, but that's the thing. To them, the world, their life is worth just as much as your life is worth to you.
That matters.
Yeah,
I get it. But to me, my life is all that matters too.
Exactly. So then, if you don't need to put any of these beings, whether human or not, in a position where you are exploiting and slaughtering them, why not choose to not put them in that position?
My network
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Why not put them in what position?
So, if you acknowledge that everybody values their own life just as much as you value yours, then why wouldn't you say that it's wrong to take anybody's life, regardless of what value you place on them?
Well, I mean, animals naturally live less time too. I think that's also like a fair
Doesn't really
thing to
matter.
add.
Doesn't really matter because you know what? We kill animals as babies. Most animals are killed at less than half their lifespan. And even if that were not the case, if you could live up to 100 years, at the age of 60, would it be moral for somebody to kill you because they say, well, you lived enough?
No, it wouldn't be moral. But I think that it's, again, less bad. It's going to sound even worse. It's less bad to kill a 100-year-old person than a 60-year-old person.
I mean, first of all, I don't think that matters. It's the same thing. We have to apply the same principle.
That they can do in their life, just like animals have less things that they can do in their life. You know, but you're taking less away from them. You're taking less away from the 100-year-old person because they already live. I guess I can understand what you're saying, though.
But when you create all these calculations, by the way, like the reason why these calculations are not actually in any way good or form, because when you make all of these calculations, you fail to account for a lot of the things. Like you said, a 60-year-old versus an 80-year-old. But what if the 60-year-old doesn't really like their own life? What if they're depressed? Would that mean killing a 60-year-old is better? That's just one variable. What if the 60-year-old what if this 80-year-old took care of their own life and they're in extremely good health? Like, I'm just like...
But I think there's many variables with humans having more value, is all I'm saying.
But that's the thing. Yeah, you can create this value system, and you create this value system that you yourself give value, or you yourself would say, if I were in this situation, I would have more value than if I were in this situation. But it's a value system that you yourself create. But for those beings, for those people, for those animals that are born in the situations that they are, the value system that they have according to their own life and according to their own experience is just as valuable as your value system. So for you to just impose your value system on them and say, well, you deserve to die and be exploited, is that not wrong?
I was talking to the person in the chat. He pissed me off.
That's okay. That's okay. I feel like we're coming very abstract to the whole idea, but the whole point of it is like it boils down to, like, of course you can go very deeply and abstract with all of this, but it boils down to exactly this one item. If you can choose to not exploit and slaughter a being that would value their own life just as much as you would if you were in their situation, why would you ever choose to exploit and slaughter that being?
Exploit no, slaughter no, eat yes.
But you see,
like, I'm not gonna personally do it, but yeah. I think we've talked about every point though, man. I do appreciate your time and shit.
Yeah, like listen, just like I feel like you when you say exploit no, but kill yes, or kill to eat yes, it's this thing that we created in our society where we say that suffering is bad, and therefore you don't want that animal to suffer because you would feel bad about that animal suffering for something that you know that you don't need. But essentially, don't you think that animal would also, like, the reason why feeling bad is because you know you're going against their own interest to feel good. If you knew that that animal wants to feel bad, then you making that animal suffer would actually be a good thing. So it's not about them suffering or not, it's about you going against their own interest. So if you're going against their own interest, it's not good. And if you think that suffering is going against their own interest is one thing, but killing them is also going against their own interest, and you agree with that?
Yeah, their interest is they want to live. 100%, 100%.
Yeah.
I just think that it justifies it that I know you're gonna say the nutritional thing, which I get that, but it's just like over history too. It's just like, you know, I mean, we didn't even always have like farm animals. Like it was like wild animals we'd be hunting. Like we grew up needing to eat meat. That's what we're kind of used to. And I'm just saying, getting the entire humanity to shift from that is like near impossible. But I respect your mission that you'll fight for this, but
it's difficult. But you know
Yeah,
what?
but
Just one quick. I'll just be a little bit vulnerable with you, Gav. You know, I went through the whole rat race of life, right? I don't know if that's even a good expression to say it. I went through the whole thing of trying to make a lot of money. I ended up in a point where I was making enough money that I could live off of like nicely for the rest of my life. I'm not in that situation again, by the way, but just putting it out there. And I'm like that doesn't give you your life any value. But when you do all that, then you realize, okay, well, what do you want to do with your own life? And you realize you want to build a world, you want to make a world good. And when you want to make a world good or nice, it doesn't really matter if your impact, if by the time you die the world will be nice or good. What matters is that you fight for that good world, you know. So yeah, fighting for, yeah. So
I think just like, for sure it's an injustice to an extent, but I just think that also there's a lot of injustice in this world, and it's like my main focus is like the ones that are happening to humans, because that's just my belief. Like,
yeah,
I love animals, man. I really do. I love animals, but I just think that, you know, my homie is gonna be more important than some animal to me.
But Gav, you see, that's where we are not advocating for you to sit like we do right now and have conversations with people, difficult conversations, and trying to get them to respect animals. What we're sitting here and saying is that you are making a choice every day, and for you, it's simple. You just have to choose something else, and an animal you will be respecting that animal. And I truly do believe, you may not like to hear this, but you can't say you love animals if you pay for them to be slaughtered. I don't think any of those animals that are exploited and killed for you would say that you love them. None of them will say it, right?
Fair point. But you know, I love my dog. You can't tell me I don't love my dog. I don't eat dogs.
Yeah, you love your dog because you made a connection with your dog. That's why probably you also don't eat dogs. But if you were to find out that a cow feels the same way as your dog does, well, maybe not identical, because, you know, they're all different, just like we're all different, then I don't know if you can ever justify it. Like, imagine forcing a dog like yours into a slaughterhouse just because you can. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying fight for their rights. I'm saying at least don't fight against their rights. Don't pay against their rights.
Yeah. No, I could see that. You don't gotta be an anti-vegan. I mean, you don't gotta be a vegan, but you don't gotta be an anti-vegan. I get you.
No, I'm saying you gotta be vegan. That's the only thing. No, I don't care. If you're not vegan, you're essentially anti-animals. That's it. You don't be anti-animals.
What about when bears eat humans?
Well, when bears eat humans, bears do it out of necessity, or some form of defense. A lot of the times bears attack humans out of self-defense.
Yeah, but the human's innocent. bear thinks he's not innocent, so he like mauls him and shit.
So listen, if a human being enters your house, do you think you have the right to kill that human being because they entered your house?
Yes.
So
yes,
if a human being enters the house of a bear, do you think that the bear has the right to defend their house?
Yeah, but the human's fucking innocent.
The woods is kind of like his house.
I mean, no, they're not. A lot of the times, the humans that are attacked by bears are not humans that were quote unquote innocent. They were humans who either tried to feed the bear or tried to get close to them. Bears are pretty dangerous animals. You should not get close to them.
No, but like killing a human for feeding him? That's a little fucking far-fetched right there, dude.
What? Killing a human for what?
For feeding the bear? That's like...
But no, bears don't kill humans regularly to eat them. You know, bears don't prefer to kill humans to eat them. I think, you know, a lot of these animals that we disregard, a lot of the animals that we have nowadays are animals who are pretty aware that we kind of dominate and we are very dangerous creatures. And they usually try to stay clear of humans because we're very dangerous. So they when a bear attacks a human being, they do it out of self-defense a lot of the times because a human being has encroached on their land or something.
Well, what about the bear hunter guy? Remember he was like taking care of the bears, and then feeding them too, and then the bears fucking mauled him.
So he was keeping them
like
captive.
The Animal Kingdom shit right there. Oh, I guess so. Yeah, maybe. I don't think he was. No, he wasn't. He was visiting them.
So he was on their land.
To a degree.
So there you go.
Really their land.
It is. Well, it's just as much as their land as it is yours.
I don't know. I call murder on that one.
But wait, do you agree? I'm just curious. Do you think that this planet belongs to humans, or do you think that this planet belongs to both humans and animals?
Well, we're top of the animal kingdom.
Doesn't matter. What I ask is, do you think that this planet belongs to humans, or does it belong to humans and animals?
I'd have to say humans, because
it doesn't belong to anybody.
Animals are kind of like the Native Americans of fucking, if you think about it, because we kind of just came in and like took over their shit.
It's true.
It is really too.
Yeah.
I was high off shrooms last week. I had that idea.
I mean, it is true. If you think about it, the idea that actually being an animal in on this planet, it's actually it's an extremely difficult thought to have, because you realize that you don't ever have full freedom like we as humans do, because an animal can never move outside of a territory that they are born in, because when they do, they might run into a human who might consider them dangerous or might want to exploit and kill them. So yeah, the way we see animals is kind of fucked up. Like, I feel like we got to remember, we're all animals. Humans are not that special. We're all just animals.
Just a little special.
I mean, the only thing I will say is that we do have a larger capacity for rationalizing, but you can also agree with me that most humans on this planet do not even use that capacity.
You're right.
So then, you know, like, what are we talking about? Just because you have a capability, then means you have moral worth, but you're not using it anyway, so might as well, like you see, like, we gotta think a little bit. Like, we can't just exploit and slaughter beings because we want to.
I think the capability of thinking like that it's still better than the not capability of it, you know? Like, a human is smarter than a Neanderthal. No one can argue that.
The same reasoning you are applying can be applied for you. In your case, you don't have to defend animals also. It's something that happens, and just like that, doesn't exceed good reason or bad reason to eat or not. It's just you eat it. You know, it doesn't exist moral. The moral is agreement between humans, and there is different point of morals. It doesn't make any sense to, or make sense for you, but for other people maybe no. It doesn't exist. It's relative. You know.
I'm just like let's say we put this hypothetical out there. One part of the humans.
Because your reasoning is based on a moral point, like a point that, let's say that is true, you know, like there is right humans and there is rights and all of this stuff that make us think that we have the right to do something, you know, like we by default or we do something, right? Like we defend our family because it's part of us, and we, you know, we have this feeling, you know, that we have to defend it because we have the right, you know. We use this excuse to do things, right? Or
in defense,
this, yeah, but it's the same for people who is like in favor of veganism. It's the same. They think that they have the rights, or the point of view is that they have to. They don't need, no, right? They don't need animals because they suffer, and you know, and all these arguments.
But this
that
isn't
you were talking about.
This fact that we
that
don't
are,
need
that are okay. That are really okay. You know, I agree with you.
But this isn't arguments. This isn't opinions.
Yeah, but that is the point, that even if I agree with you and I agree with all this idea you are talking, and then I think about that and I say, why I really think like that? It doesn't make sense. It's just I don't have to think like that. It's a logical idea, but it could be the opposite. It just if there is a real truth that we don't know, you know what I mean? Like,
we do know. I don't know what you mean. You don't know. First of all, what I'm saying, it's not my opinion that you can thrive on a plant-based diet. We have scientific evidence for it, and we have not just, like, even when it comes to scientific evidence, empirical data, it is classified on the pyramid of evidence. We created this how exactly to follow which evidence you should trust. And when it's at the top of the pyramid, it means it's evidence you pretty much should trust. And it's highly unlikely that it would be debunked, especially if it's been replicated, especially if it's been, if there's a meta-analysis of it. And we have all that on the fact that you do not need to consume animal products, right? So that's not my opinion. Biologically, you as a human being can thrive on a plant-based diet. That's not an opinion, that's a fact.
People have been eating meat all lives.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. People have been doing a lot of things their whole life. Doesn't mean we need to do those things, right? There's a difference.
No. What I say in other, my grandmother or my grandparents, you know, they have been eating meat, right? And they have it long and good, you know, so much. That nothing have happened because they have eaten meat, you know. And in that times they didn't have these scientific investigation and research about, okay, veganism is good or is bad, or, you know, they didn't have. They just eaten meat.
But you're not. But
they haven't thought about if it's good or bad, you know.
It doesn't matter. I understand that, but you're not in that perspective. You're not in that position. You're in a position where you know you can thrive on a plant-based diet. And if you know you can thrive on a plant-based diet, doesn't matter what your grandparents did, doesn't matter what situations they're in. You're in a situation where you can choose to a plant-based diet. You can choose to not exploit and slaughter sentient beings, and you know you can thrive on that. So how can you morally justify not making that choice?
Because that's actually more. And that you do is a subjective.
Rabbit, can you mute?
Yeah.
Okay, say it again.
That let's separate moral with science. Okay, right now, because
okay,
use the science to justify the moral, but the moral is basically.
What I'm saying is that, do you agree?
It's agreement in order to survive.
Do you agree?
Or in order to help other species.
Do you agree that? Do you agree that you can thrive on a plant-based diet?
Yeah, I can try. Yeah, but
no, that you can thrive. That you can
thrive. All this stuff.
That you can.
I know this stuff. But I have a balance between meat and
No,
vegetable.
listen. You gotta answer this question. Do you agree that you can thrive, and that means be as healthy as you can be on a plant-based diet?
Yeah, but the eat I meat is I don't kill all this animal. So someone is going to do that anyway. So I will.
No, not the point. Not the point. So you agree you can thrive on a plant-based diet, correct or not? I just want to be 100% clear that you agree that you don't need to consume any animal products. Do you agree with that?
I can if I want.
No, I'm not asking if you can. I'm asking you, do you need to do it?
Well, probably not, because nowadays there are a lot of alternatives to avoid meat. But I eat meat.
Okay, so you don't need to do it. Thank you. You agreed to that one. Now, imagine this. Is it moral to cut the throat and be prepared of a dog so that you can eat their flesh? According to you, I know other people on this planet do it. I'm curious, according to you, would it be moral to cut the throat of a dog to eat them in the same circumstance? You don't need to, you want to.
Cats and some kind of birds and dogs, cats and pets in general are humanized. So
this dog is not a pet. This dog is not a pet. This dog has been brought into existence for the sole purpose of you cutting their throat and eating them.
In China, they do that, right? But not in European countries, they don't do that.
According to your own values, right? Your own moral system, is it moral to do that to dogs, to bring them to life so that you can kill them?
Yes.
So according
I can eat it. I can kill it without suffering.
So according to your own...
Suffering.
Okay. So you're saying it's okay to bring to life dogs and kill them?
Without suffering. Without suffering, yeah.
Whatever that means, without suffering. This is just this whole idea of killing without suffering is just something that people tell themselves to feel good about their choices that they're making, because in reality, all of these animals suffer when they're being killed. But either way, let's imagine the situation. They're being killed.
Killing second, they don't suffer.
They do suffer, yeah, they do. Like you look up the videos. You don't even have to be you don't even have to look at scientific studies. You just have to look at a single video and you realize that these animals suffer. But either way, I'll come back to you to ask you the same thing. What makes you think that your life is not that your life, let me put it this way. What makes you think that the life of a human being is worth more to them than the life of a dog is worth to them?
No, it's not more worthy. I just kill it. I want to eat the meat.
Okay,
I want to eat meat.
So
I
wait.
don't think it's right.
Okay, so then...
I don't think it's right or good. I just eat it.
Okay, so would you kill a human being in the same circumstance to eat them?
I would eat a human being if I need it.
No, not if you need them, in the same circumstances. Please pay attention. If you're in a circumstance where you can choose a plant-based diet or killing and eating a human, what would you choose?
No. Because we agree, and I would go to depression. But I could kill if I would have a preference for humans.
So
a preference I would kill, but I don't have preference with humans.
So what you're saying is that if you liked eating humans, you would find it moral for you to kill and eat humans.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer. But I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer, right? I don't have the preference. But I don't have it. But if I am Jeffrey Dahmer, I have this behavior disorder, I would eat it, and then I would go to prison.
Okay, so wait. So do you think that what Jeffrey Dahmer did was moral?
No, I would say that his behavior, he has a disorder behavior and a lot of disorder.
No, listen. Jeffrey Dahmer was what you said. Jeffrey Dahmer had a preference for eating humans. What you're saying that is, if you have the preference for eating humans, that it is moral for you to kill and eat humans. Jeffrey Dahmer had a preference for eating humans, and was it then therefore moral for him to eat humans?
For him, I don't know if he had idea of moral, because this man was so fucking fucked up.
What do you think? Do you think? Would you?
I don't know what he was thinking.
I'm just asking because, but because you see, if you find what Jeffrey Dahmer did as moral, you yourself find it moral because it's according to your own rules of morality that you have. You should find that what Jeffrey Dahmer did moral. So therefore, you should think that Jeffrey Dahmer should not be.
There is if you are so much different, like so different than the most of the society, and they discover that you have this anomaly in your mind, and you go again of or you are so much different than the average person, because average person doesn't like obviously to eat people, but when you do that thing that most of the people don't do, they have to help you to deal with that or go to the prison, where there is people like you.
No. So no, none of what you said makes sense. None of what you said makes sense.
No.
None of it. You know why? Because it doesn't really matter if it's normal or not. It doesn't really matter.
I don't say that he didn't do bad or good things.
That matters.
I say, no, what I'm saying is just that he
Jesus
didn't.
Christ.
He didn't do good or bad thing because it's the moral is a point of view.
Wait. So you're saying Jeffrey Dahmer, when he killed and ate humans, did not do a bad thing?
Yeah, but he had to go to the prison, and
no. Please answer my question. Did Jeffrey Dahmer do a bad thing when he killed and ate humans?
He was killing the supervillains of other human beings. So in order to stop that, he stopped other supervillains, other existence of other people, he must go to the prison.
What I asked you, you have not responded my question, and I'll ask it again. Did Jeffrey Dahmer did something bad when he chose to kill and eat humans?
But as a definition I do bad is that he did something against the supervillains. So he did something bad based on that, but not in a moral way like you are trying to say.
So what you're saying, Jeffrey Dahmer did not do an immoral thing by choosing to kill and eat humans.
So if it wasn't illegal, it's okay?
Say it again.
Moral as agreement, because of course I'm not like that. You are trying to say like a moral way, but I see the moral in a different way.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think that Jeffrey Dahmer was acting morally, according to you, when he chose to kill and eat humans? It's a simple question, and I've asked you 3 times already.
There's no right or wrong in war, bro.
Didn't.
Wait, so now he didn't. So right now you're saying that Jeffrey Dahmer was acting actually morally.
Not good, not bad, and not bad. Not good and not bad.
So he was not acting immorally. You're saying what Jeffrey Dahmer did was actually not bad.
Because morals, by definition, is agreement. And we agree in our society that kill other people, and average person doesn't want to eat other people, but there is people who like others.
Listen, I'm sorry, but your view is very much psychopathic one. And I really just genuinely, like, I would be remiss if I would continue, like, I just don't want to continue having conversations with you if you're saying that Jeffrey Dahmer, when he chose to kill and eat innocent humans, he wasn't doing a bad thing. Then you are not deserving of having a conversation with me, because you're either not being intellectually honest, or you're acting like, or you're just plain and simple, just as psychotic as Jeffrey Dahmer was.
No,
he doesn't have that.
He has a disorder, right? Like many people with this condition he has, right?
Well, it seems like you have the same disorder because you don't think he did something bad.
Bro, I don't eat people.
But it seems like you could easily justify eating people if you would prefer it. You say the only reason why you're not eating people is because you don't prefer it.
If I have that disorder, if I have that disorder, I would have the preference, right? And in that case, if my parents realize I have that disorder that is going against the against other
Wait,
humans.
I have another one. I have another one for you. Wait, I have another one for you. Let me see how many bullets you will bite. So you bought the bullet that Jeffrey Dahmer was not acting badly. Do you think that a person, a pedophile, somebody who has the preference of having sex with children, right? Do you think that they're acting good or bad?
They must go to prison.
No, I'm not asking. Are they doing something good or are they doing something bad? Not according to the law, according to your own values. Are they doing something good or bad? They're acting in their own preference.
They have preference based on the moral, you know. It said that in this case we agreed that that thing you are saying, pedophilia, I don't know the name.
Yeah, so do you think a pedophile choosing to have sex with children, is it moral or immoral according to you?
No, what I say is nothing moral or moral. It doesn't exist moral.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Is it moral or immoral for a pedophile?
No, but I'm saying it doesn't exist. Like, it doesn't exist. That.
Are you saying that a pedophile taking advantage of a child is not immoral?
No. Yeah. ¿Para cerrar la puerta?
Jesus Christ, no. Like there's no point in having conversations with you if you think that a pedophile is not a bad thing. Being a pedophile is not a bad thing. Or that you can't understand the idea of consent or anything. Like, these are basic things.
No, but I'm not saying that. What I'm saying that the society and as biologically we have developed these behaviors, right? And when someone born with this disorder, because we call disorder something that a behavior that is not common, only a little percent of the population have this kind of behavior, then we call it like that to tag it. And then saying that the moral doesn't exist is something that have been, it's like having a construction.
No, listen.
In this agreement, we agree that persons who go or who act against the common behavior or what it has to be good or the right, then they have to be excluded in the society if they don't fix themselves or just they don't want to be fixed, you know, they go to the prison and they stay their life there because they are different. They have to. No, I don't agree that they have to do this. I don't agree that they are doing something good, but
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you. I understand what you're describing to me, how your whole worldview is. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you, a pedophile, one simple pedophile wants to abuse one single child, whatever society they live in. Maybe it is legal where they live in, okay? Maybe they live in a place where that wouldn't be considered illegal. Do you yourself think it would be bad for a pedophile to take advantage of a child and have sex with them?
It's bad, of course. As a human being, I feel horrible when I see that.
Okay, so if you think that is bad, then why don't you think that the fact that Jeffrey Dahmer, now let's come back to Jeffrey Dahmer, we agreed on something, pedophilia is bad.
I feel horrible when I see something like that, because my biology and my brain, my behavior is like our normal person, average person. That doesn't need human bodies, of course.
Okay,
but if I analyze that, doesn't exist that moral. It's just an agreement that we have developed along of the history.
It's not. It's immoral.
Biologically, in order to survive.
No.
And of course, when someone is doing these kind of things, we call it moral or whatever. But this moral is based on an agreement that we have. We have been experimenting along of 1,000 years, until we have in this moment of the history right now where we can kind of control that, because 1,000 years, many dozens of 1,000 and you couldn't do anything. You know, people could kill people, and people could fuck everybody. People could, you know, there wasn't an agreement. You know, but now we have this agreement.
Are you done? Are you done with this whole monologue that you're saying that it doesn't make any sense? So I'm not asking about any of how the world works. You seem to be forgetting that. What I'm asking is what you consider good or bad, what you consider moral or immoral, what you think is right or wrong, okay? What is your value? I don't care what society does. I don't care how you think you got to those areas. I don't care about any of that. I care what they are. I don't care the logic, maybe I would ask about the logic behind them. But what you're saying, right or wrong. And now you're saying that a pedophile taking advantage of a child is wrong. Okay, so now I'm asking you, is what Jeffrey Dahmer, I come back to the same point, was what Jeffrey Dahmer did, which was, killing and then eating humans, right or wrong? According to you.
For me, I like that, like, if I analyze more, for me, like, it's something like, I feel bad when I see that. So I feel bad, you know. I feel bad like you, like normal person, overage person who have a normal behavior, normal thoughts, you know. Okay, for me, that naturally is bad. Okay, but so analyzing moral, because my point is the moral, is analyzing the moral. Okay.
Okay. So wait. So if it's bad to kill humans. Right. If it's bad to kill humans because they prefer to not be killed, why is it bad? Why is it good to kill animals? Or do you think killing animals for exactly the same reason that Jeffrey Dahmer killed humans, because it's a preference, do you think that it is good or bad?
I feel horrible when I see some news about someone killing someone. It doesn't matter, but you know, someone eating, someone shooting someone raping someone, I feel horrible, you know?
So why is it that you think that if that somebody was born a different species than you, then all of a sudden all that value is gone? All the value that they had before was gone.
But because they are other species, and I think with some people, and most of the people doesn't care about animals, because, you know, we have this
So you don't care about animals?
As humans. We have the preference as humans, and because I was telling that moral is a construction. You
Talk
know,
about
if you think.
Listen, you're going into abstractions again. You're going into this whole thing of trying to explain morals to me and whatever, trying to justify it. I'm not asking that. I'm asking about what your values are. Before we even discuss how, like to get into these whole ideas, we need to understand where your values lie, right? So you said we went up and down, and now all of a sudden what Jeffrey Dahmer did is bad. Thank you for that. You feel bad about it. Okay, so now let me ask you this. Knowing that you see on the TV, you say you feel bad about it, so you think it's immoral, it's bad when somebody kills somebody else, right? A person kills another person. You see they show on TV the crime, but then you find out that the person being killed was not actually human. They were just a different species, you know, because species essentially just means you can produce fertile offsprings with somebody, right? So that person could not produce fertile offspring with any human being on this planet. Would that mean that it's moral? Or was it okay then? Like, after you seeing them killing them, you'd be like, oh wait, they're not human, it's okay.
But yeah, I understand your point, but do you think that moral is agreement, or there is a bad and good things by, like, spiritual, like, because you are speaking like the true exist, but since always, like, exist a true, like, you know what I mean, like.
I mean,
what are you like? Are you just giving the objection because, like, there are no objective morals? Is that what you're saying, or like?
I'm thinking one moment, like, how to explain this in English. What I'm trying to say is, like, religious people, okay, right? They think that they are the truth, right? And they have the moral, and they have the right to decide because of God, you know, said that this is true and this is false, and this is good and this is bad. This is good for human and this is bad for humans. It's determined by by the religion, right? What is your point of view?
Is it just cutting in and out for me? I think you cut out. Can you? What is the point of?
The connection. What I was saying.
Yeah, the server was down or something. So the question was.
I have been speaking by myself 3 minutes, and and I didn't realize. Oh my goodness.
I forgot where exactly you stopped the conversation, but I'm just like
I was asking. You were speaking. I was trying to explain about what is moral. Yeah, I remember.
it's not about what is moral. Like I think the question that Val posed to you is actually a pretty valid one. Are you?
No, but I want to understand now your point of view about moral and what is moral. And what I was trying to explain is the religious people or people who they think that there is a truth, right, in the world. They used to say that, okay, God determine what is the true and what is false and what is good and bad for humans and in general for what is good for the nature, based in philosophical principle or philosophical or theological principles, whatever. But in general, is what is the moral for you? Why for humans? Well, we have moral. What is basically what is moral for you?
Well, my values come from one simple fact. It's called the golden rule. I'm not religious in any way. I'm actually an anti-theist. But it comes from the golden rule, which says, do unto others what you want done unto you, or do not do unto others what you do not want done unto you, right? So if you would find it bad for somebody to exploit and kill you for food, especially optional food, then I don't think you should do the same to anybody else, regardless of the species that individual is.
Yeah. Yes, I understand your point.
Yeah,
but that idea, did you get the idea by yourself or someone teach you that?
I mean, I've listened to conversations. I at some point.
Have you been always vegan?
No, of course not. No, I became vegan when I realized that.
Why you changed? And why you changed?
Because I was going against my own principles. I thought I was a person who respects animals. I'm not, and there is no reason for you to disrespect animals.
Yeah, and when you get that principle, you think that is true, right? Or not?
What principle is true?
That principle, you think that is the true, or is someone can have different opinion and it's false?
It's not about it being true or not. It's about being morally consistent. My morals are saying do not do unto others what you want done unto you. And the only way for me to be consistent is to be vegan.
So you mean that because more consistent, you are more close to the truth, right?
No, there's no truth to be had. I'm a nihilist. There is no universal truth to anything. I actually don't believe there's anything that you're essentially doing good or bad objectively. There's no objective good or bad things. I just think that if you're going against the interest of somebody and you can choose not to do that, then you are essentially doing something bad to that person. Just like if somebody were to be hitting me, even if in the whole grand scheme of things that would not be good or bad, it would be bad for me.
Mm-hmm. So other person could think other thing against, or not against you, but have ideas different to you.
I mean,
it could be okay.
I mean, so, if you think, first of all, I don't think it would be okay according to my own values, right? Like if you think it's okay to exploit and kill humans for optional food, then you would probably be morally consistent with not being vegan. But if you have this line where even humans, it's wrong to exploit and kill, then you should probably be vegan in order to also be morally consistent.
But when you speak about consistent, you mean like there's some kind of true right?
No.
Like,
What moral
and you are saying
consistency?
that you are and you say that you are nihilist. So for you, it's nothing basically.
No, so
The
moral
world-
consistency essentially means that you have some moral values and you apply them logically in all logical situations. It essentially means that your values are
coherent.
actually values.
What do you mean consistent? What I understand, consistencia in Spanish, yeah, is coherent of life. Like I act as your thoughts,
Not
not be.
necessarily.
May I pose a question?
Sure.
Dononex, the person who's been engaging with Chip, I have a question for you. Are you familiar with the concept of suffering, of the word suffering?
The word, yeah, the physical suffering, psychological
Can
suffering.
you describe for us your definition of the word suffering?
The suffering.
Is it just me that it went out?
So stressed out about that and so sad and depressive because the world doesn't make any sense or why we are here and these kind of things that, you know.
I think we missed a lot of what you said. I think there was a technical issue. You had actually cut out in your description.
Have the connection or what? The internet connection?
No,
like
I think so.
Yeah, can you just repeat the answer to the question? We didn't
yeah,
get any of it.
Definition, I don't know how to explain it, but what I would say the suffering is, you know, the physical suffering, the psychological suffering, the existence question that we humans have as what afterlife, but some people suffer because the afterlife or about God and why we are here, and always they are suffering about all these.
Maybe we need to take it a step back. Can you do you understand the word trauma?
Drama or trauma?
Trauma. Starting with a T. Trauma.
Yeah, I know the word. Yeah.
So modern scholars who discuss the word trauma describe it as
I know a word in trauma. Trauma, like,
well, trauma is defined as a thing that happens to you, an inevitable thing that you don't want to have happen to you, but it happens to you regardless.
My understanding is trauma is just not a clinical term.
There's actually a Danish, I think he's Danish, a Danish author, Besser van der Folk. He's sort of the leading reaser on trauma. And
in what field? What journal does he publish in?
You mean trauma psychological? Trauma psychological, because trauma.
Clearly, this isn't any allopathic clinical field, is it?
He is absolutely clinical. Yeah, he is the foremost studier of trauma on the planet.
Where does he publish?
He publishes several places and in books. But
in which journals? Like, I'm just wondering because like this isn't within the purview of any DSM. No, ICD doesn't recognize it. I'm not aware of any clinical reference that does. Like, maybe he does use the word in a useful way for his research, but like, yeah, curious. Do you have any like links to his stuff? Like, I could check it out.
I will search for them after I'm on my mobile phone. So I
will. But it's okay.
Yes, I absolutely will. I'm very. I care a lot about this as a traumatized person. I've researched trauma very deeply.
You're a traumatized person?
It helps my healing quite a lot.
But you were comatose?
I feel like you're really derailing this conversation.
Is that real?
Yes.
You were comatose.
Let's just move on. Can we just move on? I'm
interested
in this point.
I would like to. The point being is that underlying what suffering is a perpetual state of trauma. That someone is in a perpetual state of trauma, or a living thing is in a perpetual state of trauma. Things that are happening to them that they don't want to have happen to them. And so trauma is this inevitable thing that let's say you're about to be hit. You're cornered. There's no way out. You're about to be hit by someone you don't want to be hit. You're about to experience a trauma. Your brain starts to go into fear responses for fight, flight, or freeze, and goes into these various responses. And so that's what Besser Vanderfolk defines trauma as. And so this is a the reason I was bringing this up, because that's what, for me, I look at suffering as a universally bad thing. And so when you examine the arguments of veganism, which are against animal suffering, it makes it a very strong moral standpoint, because you have to be a proponent of something enduring perpetual trauma, which I just don't see how you could make that a moral argument, that is an acceptable behavior that we impose upon anything, any living being, a perpetual state of trauma.
This
And
living being is pretty inclusive. Like, to farm plants, we do have to kill some like bugs. That's part of the process, but we think it's like a net positive, right? Because we get some useful crops out of it, and maybe a few bugs, a few ants, a few mosquitoes, a few worms died. I don't know where you draw the line on living being. Maybe you include plants too, which would be quite based, but presuming you don't, and presuming you like afford greater moral consideration to like a cow than you do to an ant, in the sense that like you would absolutely deworm a cow.
But let me ask you this.
Seems like you're failing your own standard, right? And it's not surprising that like the trait that like distinguishes the cow from the ant might also distinguish the cow from the human, right? Like, this is just not surprising.
Yeah, I don't think moral absolutism is actually achievable, though. I think what you're describing is moral absolutism, and I just don't think that that's realistically.
But I'm just saying your terminology is pretty weak.
No. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second.
Gav was speaking.
1 second. I'm curious. Like, so when you say that we kill animals and all of this, and maybe you think plants are sentient or whatever, that they can feel. I'm not going to debate this again. We've been debating this for a long time. But like to you, right? Because to you,
I never said that.
Or to you or Richard, whoever said that.
An ant and a cow.
Yeah, like ant and cow doesn't really matter, right? All of this, because what I'm asking is that, do you think that would be morally preferable to have the least amount of killings, the least amount of exploitation, and thus the least amount of suffering?
I don't know what you mean by exploitation, but in general, I think animal husbandry is an awesome thing, and it provides great utility.
So would you agree? Would you agree that it is important that you reduce the amount of suffering, exploitation, and slaughter?
These are very ill-defined terms, and some. I mean, hazard, like even engaging, but like in general, on net, animal husbandry is awesome.
So exploitation means the act of treating somebody unfairly in order to benefit from them. Okay, so that's
super loaded, because like what is the fair standard is you're begging the question.
So no, the reason why I ask
maybe
is,
that's
listen,
even tautological.
So listen,
maybe it's tautological that just things ought to be done. Maybe that's tautological. I don't know.
So
but if you can be more precise, then maybe I can answer.
The reason why I asked this question is because you seem to forget one simple thing. When you're vegan, when you're consuming plant-based, you are essentially reducing any form of harm or exploitation that you are creating. Because even if you were to be considering...
But you're begging the question. No, what even is you are just or what is not just is precisely the thing that you're hoping to argue, and you're somehow relying on it in your very argument. That's the problem.
Well, no, I'm asking you.
You're taking as premise what you hope to prove as conclusion. That's literally question making.
No. So listen. Listen. What I'm doing is what I've been doing right here is I've been asking people about their values and showing them they're not morally consistent. That's it. So if I ask you about you, let's see. Let's test your values, okay? Is it morally right? Is it morally right to exploit and slaughter a human being for something that you don't need?
Well, come on, you keep on begging the question with exploit. Exploit seems like tautologically linked to unjust. Let's.
I am asking you a simple question. Is it?
It's not, though. It begs the question. You're doing a logical fallacy right now.
Is it? No, I'm not. I'm literally asking you. Is it okay? Well, let me ask you this then. Is it okay? Is it moral? Is it moral to you to slaughter a human being for optional products? I'll just use slaughter, because you have a problem with exploitation of it being unfairly, and you seem to have an. I understand your whole point of view.
Some of the time.
Some of the time. So you think that you think it's moral sometimes to kill human beings for optional products?
Yeah, for instance, I think Hitler had like negative value. It was net good to kill him for anything.
No. Innocent human beings. Let me rephrase. Do you think it's okay to kill innocent human beings for optional products?
That feels like even more question begging, because it feels like innocent means precluded from the wrath of justice or whatever.
Yeah,
in which case,
innocent means that they haven't done any
is
unjust things.
contradictory.
Yes. Innocent means they haven't done any unjust things.
No, I think you're question begging again.
Can you answer it?
No, I think you're equivocating between like prior action and like future net utility. I mean, I'd still say sometimes it's permissible if it's net positive.
So you think it's okay to kill an innocent person, to eat their flesh just because you can, or what? What exactly? How do you morally justify killing an innocent person to eat their flesh?
Absolutely. So like if there were a trolley problem between one innocent person
no.
and 100 people, I would.
But you see, you keep moving the goalpost. Stop moving the goalpost. The position is pretty simple. If you have the question is simple.
Tracking?
The question is pretty
simple.
Let me finish, please.
How did it move?
Can I answer?
Where was the goalpost? How was the goalpost moved? Where was it?
Can I answer?
Fucking retard. Yeah, where was the goalpost?
So the goalpost is if is it moral to exploit and slaughter a human being, and you're saying, well, if there are other human beings instead. No, you're in this situation. You can choose to exploit and slaughter one human being or not. You can choose to.
I let you speak.
You just finished the middle of my sentence is.
I didn't finish.
For fuck's sake, we need somebody to moderate here.
In which you would kill an innocent person, and the answer is yes.
So you're saying it's so you're saying it's moral. Yes. So you're saying it is moral in a situation where you don't have to, where you're not put in a position where between something worse. You're put in a position between you choosing to.
Every situation.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So listen, I would mute. I have muted you right now. Okay, so even if you're speaking, I cannot hear you. You need to answer my question. Okay, so my question is: if you're in a situation where you can slaughter an innocent human or not, can you morally justify choosing to slaughter the innocent human?
Are you asking ceteris paribus?
I asked you a question. Please answer the question.
Yeah, are you asking ceteris paribus?
I don't know what that is.
Are you asking, is this value of the human ceteris paribus?
I don't know what ceteris paribus is.
Yeah, all things being equal.
All else equal.
Yeah, of course, right, Defi, of course. I don't even know why you're stipulating and hypothetical with Hitler.
No, but the answer is no.
No. Yeah, so
not always.
When we invoke, hold on, when we stipulate certain hypotheticals, we're obviously not smuggling in certain things where something would be different. You're talking about the average situation.
Yeah, but anyway, sometimes no. Sometimes no is the answer.
Okay, so when would the symmetry break? In an ordinary case, if they're not Hitler or Stalin, tell me. And how does it relate back
someone
to
in a great and someone who's like who's in a great deal of suffering already?
It's
like
not
someone
even
is like
analogous.
a cancer.
Hold on.
I'm actually okay with suicide. I'm okay with
that's fine.
suicide.
Dude, you're just jumping around. Can you just
no, you asked me for a case. I gave you a case.
Hold on. Sure. Can you just provide me where the analogy is between like invoking Hitler and killing a cow?
Wait, did I say there was some analogous case? You just asked me, is there a circumstance in which killing an innocent human is justified? And I gave you such a circumstance.
No,
that was your question.
Yeah, but,
like the answer.
But Hitler, hold on, Hitler is not innocent, or what are you referring to?
That was after.
Palliative suicide is, right?
Yeah.
If you invoke suicidality, that's also with their consent, right?
What does that even
mean? If you try to help them.
Can I say something?
Wait, what does that even mean?
Well, not always. If they're in a coma,
why animals kill each other?
We have a lot of people speaking at the same time.
You don't understand what consent means?
It's kind of vague, yeah. In fact, it's your term.
Okay, I don't care. I can actually dumb it down for you in utilitarian terms. It actually goes against their interest, right, for the animals. A suicidal person.
How do we know what do you even mean by the interest of the animal?
Let me speak.
Do they speak?
You can do it.
Do the animals speak? Can the animals express their interest?
Hold on. So if you have a baby, right, they can't speak to you. How do you make sure that their interests are being met? They can't speak.
Well, in truth, we just do what is useful to people born the parents, really.
No. No,
No,
you
it
can
is
actually
true.
do it by
No,
inductive
that is true.
reasoning,
The
right?
standards for which we treat
No,
the
hold on.
baby are that which
Can't you
conducive to the society
can't you
of the
use
parent.
inductive reasoning? Can't you use inductive reasoning to
Well, you
make
think the
some?
fetus is thinking about like what it
I'm not
wants,
talking
what
about
it
a fetus.
desires? Are you
I'm not
stupid?
talking about a fetus. I'm not talking about a fetus. I'm
In
talking
what
about
way is the way in
living.
which we treat the fetus different from the way in which we treat the newborn with respect to the moral test we apply? It's
I
the
am
exact
talking
same.
not about a fetus. I'm talking about a
Wait,
fetus.
what? No,
Can you come back?
yeah, sure. What is different about
I'm
how we
talking
do
about
the
the
moral
baby that
consideration
is
for the
already
newborn
in
versus the fetus?
existence.
What's the difference?
Okay.
Because presumably one has interest, the other doesn't.
Okay,
The
that's
way in which we
enough.
morally place them doesn't change. Are you tracking?
No, I'm not tracking because you're all over the place.
No, because no, that's not true though.
So
Listen,
wait.
you said that the way
I
in
feel
which
like this
we treat a
conversation
newborn
has really gone
because we
into
make inferences about what it would want, but we don't do that about fetuses, correct?
About a fetus?
In which case, in what way do we apply a duty or ethic to the fetus that we don't apply to the newborn?
No, we're not discussing abortion. We're not discussing fetuses, any of this. Okay. So the question, I'll rephrase the question so that you understand it correctly. No. I don't want to discuss abortion. This isn't fair. It is. Listen.
Now you don't like your teammate.
Hey. I'm gonna be muting
channel is
you.
about vegans.
Okay.
This
So I
is
have
about
muted
veganism.
this person. Okay. So if the middle of my sentence is interrupting the beginning of your sentence, then you are not engaging properly. Okay. Oh, I see this person was banned. So just to be clear, like I feel like when you meet a person like this who just comes along and tries to put up all of these ridiculous arguments, and tries to find all of these tiny excuses, you're not being intellectually honest. The question is pretty simple. If you can choose to kill an innocent human or not, that is the question. It's not about, oh wait, but what if this human is in a situation where they want to die? What if it's preferable for the humans? No, this isn't the question. The question is, of course, all things are equal. Of course, this human being is morally preferable to not kill them, because that's the situation that these animals are in. We are killing them. Come on, you have to think for a second. You have to engage with the argument.
See, but do you think about the animals? Many animals kill each other.
Okay, but what about like a suffering human or fucking like
but
they're in a coma?
Yeah, but
and then they don't have permission. They don't give consent.
Yeah,
can you
but
give me an argument? I think you have an argument for this. Can you play me? Can you play me why some animals kill each other?
You don't need consent all the time. So listen, so if a person is in a coma, or if a person is not competent because they're a child or they have Alzheimer's, obviously you should be thoughtful and you should try to come up with a good argument what could be in their best interest, right? So usually if a person is in a coma, they have an interest in waking up again and enjoying their life. So you shouldn't rape them, you shouldn't fuck them up. You should try your best. In the same way with a child can't give informed consent because they're not competent yet, right? So, and the same applies to the animals as well. They can't give consent. We can use inferences based on their behaviors and based on their interests because they're sentient, right? I don't need consent from them to shove my hand into
I
their...
will abstain there. I think you have a good rebuttal for that.
Yeah.
For folks that may be interested, I did put resources in the chat for.
I have
my
kind of like a
discussion of
funny
trauma.
question. Is it genocide to stomp on an anthill?
No.
I don't know what's with this question.
Has less rights than
this
a
isn't
human?
really I don't think that's really a moral question. If you compare the civilization of ants and their numbers globally, genocide.
So let me wait. No, so Gav, let me explain to you. Genocide. I'm just reading the definition, by the way. It's
multiple cows. I'm saying.
No, so Gav, listen. You got to listen to the definition because this will matter a lot, and it will answer your question. Simple. Genocide refers to a certain act committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Please explain to me how a cow is in any form a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group.
Okay, I think you might have dismantled the cow part, but I think the anthill part has some, because I'm trying to destroy that whole anthill.
But you're not doing it in order to destroy the whole national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, are you?
Yeah. You're right.
The purpose matters, right? Like literally, you could say it is genocide if you want to rid the world of all cows, because you would be essentially discriminating based on a trait that they have, that the species, and then say, well, I have a problem with them having this trait, therefore I would not get rid of all of them on this planet.
Is it morally wrong to just kill bugs in general, in your eyes?
If you don't need to, yes.
Okay.
It boils down to
You're
need.
saying that we are committing genocide, killing animals?
Not
It's okay to kill things that might try to eat you. So, like, if they're like a parasite of some kind, you're allowed to defend yourself as an organism.
Fuck the mosquitoes, man.
What about other animals?
No, he's not saying it's genocide. Though. He's saying it's not.
I don't understand that.
Why you are ought to respect animals?
So I'll answer one question at a time, I guess. What about other animals eating other animals? Let me ask you, do you think that we can justify doing what other animals do because other animals do it? In other words, that if other animals commit like infanticide, then would humans committing infanticide be moral?
What's infanticide?
Yes, I am asking you because you are defending all the time that we don't eat animals, but animals eat other animals. So why we don't?
We don't. We have a different choice.
Well, what can
we are moral agents.
What can you justify? Tell me, what can you justify with your point of view?
Yeah, we can use reason, right?
But
yeah, they can't.
Yeah, but we are not using many. Average person doesn't use reason. I tell you.
Which
is
why
it's a very reasonable argument to consider how an animal must survive, and they've evolved to survive a certain way. Humans have developed a series of complex agriculture, so we can grow the food that we need. We don't have to be predators. If your only existence, if your only possible way to consume food would be to hunt and forage, then it would be acceptable to do so. It is not acceptable to do so if you have viable, healthy, nutritious alternatives that do not require that behavior.
Guys, I have a question here. Since it's a vegans are better channel, I have a generic question. No offense. We have chickens, right?
Can you speak louder, bro?
Oh, I'm less audible. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, we have chickens, right? Can you all hear me? Yeah, we have chickens, right? It is grown to be have eaten. So what's the thought on that?
Your sound is very broken. Your sound. Can you?
Oh.
I didn't get any of it.
Yeah, we have. Can you hear me? Right?
It comes off as like thumpy.
Oh, fine. Let me check from my end.
Can you just mute yourself while you're checking?
Yeah, mute it. And bro, can you answer me why we should respect animals at all?
Why we should respect animals?
Yes.
For the same reason we should respect humans. We're all animals.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Loud and clear?
No, Vicky, it's really bad.
Yeah, I had to mute him.
I think it's because your volume is too loud, so you need to either turn down the volume or use some headphones. Otherwise, we can't. You can't really talk.
Actually, it is headphone that I am using. Can you hear it clear now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have just reduced it to 70-ish volume. Okay, fine. You are right. We have chickens, right? Guys eat. Sorry, you don't eat chicken, right? We have chickens that are grown to have been that are grown that we are meant to eat it. It's grown to be it's grown for the meaning that it should be died. It should be killed to be eaten. So, what's your thought on this? Any non-vegans here or also vegans here?
Do you think according to your own values, is it moral or ethical to bring to life somebody just so that you can take away their life?
Now, if you think it that way, it's wrong.
But that's what
Okay.
you said. That's exactly what you said. You bring to life these animals for the sole purpose of you killing them so that you can
Yeah.
get some form of whatever it is that you get, so that you can put their
Protein.
flesh in your mouth. Because you can get protein from other sources. You just do it because you like putting their flesh in your mouth.
Yeah, like if I bring a child into existence because I think their purpose should be to serve me, you know, to be a slave. Do you think that's fine?
There's parents who like
I'm
will
asking
have a
you.
kid to like donate blood to their other kid or like donate
Hey,
organs to their other kid.
Yeah,
That's pretty
yeah,
fucked up.
look.
yeah.
I'm asking you why you say it's wrong. I'm not asking you what I think. Why you say it's wrong?
Well, because according to my values, I value humans, I respect humans, I value animals, I respect animals for all the same reasons. Because they're
But
sentient individuals. Do you
but
value
we
humans?
have we can distinguish humans from animals, right? We have feelings, we have some emotional values, but
Yeah, so animals have the
they
same. Animals have
Your
emotions and
feelings,
feelings also.
look,
they
your
don't know
feelings,
each other. They just
feelings.
exist. Actually,
Nope.
that's the
Oh,
Wait, bro, wait. Your feelings are coming from your values, and I'm not asking you for your feelings. I'm asking you why you think that your values are worth to follow. Why do you think your values are something?
no, let's be very clear here, right? So hold on. Before we move on, we have to distinguish here because this is a semantic problem.
Yeah.
So in emotions, not only come from your values, but they come also from interests, biological interests, for instance, as well, right? So
Which are your
all
values?
animals.
That are your
What?
values, bro. That's your values.
What?
What's your interest?
No,
That's
no,
your
no.
value.
Animals, hold on. Animals also have like certain interests, right? To be with their children, for instance,
Yeah.
not to be in pain, to have
Yeah.
That's
happiness.
their
And when
values.
these, what?
That's their values. Their children are
No,
their values.
I would not describe that as a value. I mean, it depends how you define value. I mean, we can call it value. I don't care, but I would rather call it like an interest, right? Because I think a value is actually something that you deeply think about. Like, for instance,
So
my
the
value is.
children don't have any value to animals.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, no, it depends. So how old they are, you know. Some children can think about certain things, and they can say, "Well, my value is maybe to be a good child, to be a good student, whatever." Right. So, but like a value is a bit different from a goal, right? And
Your
I would
goal.
rather use the word interest, like because interest is more of a preference, right?
Yeah,
And
your goal is
animals
value for you.
and humans, you have to let me speak, please. It's very rude if you constantly interrupt me.
Okay, okay.
So if we define like in terms of interest, right? Interest can also explain why we have emotions, right? Because they signal us something in the environment. If we feel sad, it usually means we have a loss experience. If we feel angry, there is like some obstruction in the environment, right? If we feel jealous, etc., etc., it's all based on certain interests that are either being fulfilled or violated. You understand?
Yes, but your interests are just values that you want to attain. That's it. It's still value.
No, so listen.
Yeah.
By the way, just to be clear, because I think like you also made a question, and I really don't want that to pass, because that's a big mistake that people usually make of us. We're not
Yeah.
here to inflict our values onto you. No, in no way or another. What
Right.
we're here is to show you that you already have those values. You're just not being morally consistent with those values. If essentially you're saying it's wrong to kill a human being for something you don't need, or if you don't need to kill that human being and you're saying it's
You
wrong
don't
to
know
do
that.
so, then perhaps you are being logically inconsistent if you're not vegan. It just starts with that.
You don't
May
know
I?
if I have those values or not. Why do you
That's why.
assume that?
That's why we ask questions. That's why we ask questions about your values. So apostolic synced. Do your values say it's wrong to kill a human being?
So
No.
as long as I am on the position that you would like, then you debate.
No, actually, no one would say
Jesus
that.
Christ! Wow.
No
Talk
one would
about
say
not
it.
understanding the
You don't
perspective.
debate everyone. You don't debate everyone. You just debate people you want to debate that you can preach.
You're misunderstanding apostolistic. I'm on your side, apostolistic, but you're misunderstanding.
No, I'm not, bro. You
May
are
I
not
say
going
something here?
deep enough. He
He's
wants
fine.
me to
He
assume
talked to
morality.
me, and I don't agree with him.
Oh, look,
I
he
don't.
wants me to assume morality so he can caught me there. So I'm not assuming morality. I'm asking him where is his values coming from, and
Well,
you
And he's
agreeing
asking
with
you where your values come from.
Yeah.
He know you do.
I asked him that. I asked him that. He never asked. I can answer him, but he can't answer me. That's
No,
the
he
issue.
said, "Is it okay to kill a human?"
Yeah,
For
guy.
me,
Actually, why would we have to compare a human with? No, your
So
point
no,
of view.
this is the
let's
point I would
say
actually like to
it's
speak about,
important, but
if
that's
if
not
I
the
may
issue.
have a moment.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Somebody brought up that we can't compare humans to animals, and was in the discussion of
Not
emotions of animals,
actually
and
not all. Not yeah.
and
One
Val
second.
did a really good job of describing those interests that an animal may have, and so I think emotions are very quickly observable in animals. If you experience something like, I watched a dog once get its nose stung by a bee, and
Ralkuri, one second.
the dog was very
Yeah, yeah.
clearly sad about that experience. And
Let me ask you one thing.
and emotions are I think are very evident in many different animal species, especially if you look at elephants or whales that have in some cases whales' brains have been examined, and their emotional capacity is speculated to be even greater than that of humans. Their
Especially
emotional
animals.
Ralkuri,
and
I'm
so
not mentioning
Yeah, I have a
animals in
question. Hello.
general. It's
Hold on, man. Let the
yeah.
guy finish. Please.
Yeah, fine. Go for it. Yeah, fine.
I think that there's one could certainly argue against it. I don't know how. I don't know how well you could, because there's overwhelming scientific evidence that animals experience emotion. So I needed to address that point that somebody was trying to make. Humans are animals. We are part of this whole system, and we all anything with a brain probably has some spectrum of emotion.
Yeah, I just play. I
But
just
what's the use of animals? What's the use of animals?
I just put a declaration of consciousness in the chat. That essentially is signed by a lot of Nobel laureates, and it acknowledges that animals are sentient. They have emotions, and it also goes a little bit
But
into
what's the
how we
use of
can prove
animals,
that.
man?
No, bro. Actually, Groot, you are.
This is begging the question. Do you know? Hold on. Do you know what begging the? Do you know what that is? You're already assuming in your question that they have to have a purpose. Why are you assuming that they need to have a purpose?
Or
Yeah,
that
they need
you
to
need to
serve
give
humans,
them.
man.
Wait. You think animals are here for us, or are they here with us?
Here with
Yeah,
us.
we are utilizing animals for our food, man.
Bro, actually, I'm not. The animals which are utilized for food, that's fine. I'm saying the animals which are like brought up for being killed. That are the animals I'm speaking about. I'm not speaking on the dogs and cats. I love animals too.
And you
I'm
think
just
it's
speaking the
Exactly.
fact.
And you think
How
it's
can you
moral? And you think it's moral to bring to life a being that can feel, that can emote? You think it's moral to bring this being to life so that you can take their life and put their flesh in your mouth when you don't need to do any of it?
Okay, can you tell me
Yeah,
why
we need to do it. We need to do it for the food.
it's not? Can you tell
No,
me why it's not?
actually, it's for Ralkorian. That's he said. Dogs to have emotion. Guy, on your part, I'm not answerable. I couldn't answer that actually.
So you can't
What you're
answer it.
asking that.
So you can't answer it because you acknowledge that it is immoral for you to bring to life a being that can feel, that can emote, that has a preference to live, only so that you can take away their life and put their flesh in your mouth?
No,
Yes, they have been bought to be eaten. That.
And is that not immoral from the first place? Like if somebody were to be bringing you into existence so that they can give you a little bit of a life and then kill you and then eat you, would that be moral to you?
Meaning they wouldn't have, I guess, what do you call the chickens that is brought? We call it broiler here. Broiler chicken. They don't have any much
Bro,
feelings.
they don't understand. They're not from India. They don't understand all those things, I think.
So
Yeah,
listen.
You
So
need to
listen.
have a.
I think that chicken emotions are also pretty observable.
Chicken, we
I've
mean.
grown up around agricultural systems, and I have lots of friends that have chickens that I've talked to about this. And if you go over to their house, you can see that their chickens have different observable behaviors. Some of them get some of them are easily upsettable. Some of them are very friendly. These personalities are you can observe them in a single just an hour. You watch the animals for an hour and you'll see it.
Or an abused dog, when you like put your hand up, then it's gonna like start shaking. You know what I mean?
Okay, but do emotions decide what's good and moral?
Not emotions decide what's good and moral. What we're saying is that you having sentience gives you moral value over you not having sentience.
By the way. Now, what do lions eat, by the way?
Why does being sentient give you moral value?
Being sentient gives you more moral value than not being sentient. That's what I said. I still think you can have moral value even without being sentient. Say that again.
I asked you, why does being sentient give you moral values?
Because you have interests that you want to defend yourself, you have a will to live, and you have a subjective experience of the world.
Yeah, but they can't defend, bro. We are killing them, man. We are killing them, producing them. They can't kill.
Wait, bro. Why does having to live, why does having will to live give you moral values?
Are you strawmanning the argument? I just gave you more arguments than just that one. Do you really want to know what just one then? Well, you're strawmanning the argument because I told you that they have a will to live, they have a subjective experience of the world, and they have emotions. I gave you 3 reasons. I never said it's one of the 3 reasons. I never said it's 2 of the 3 reasons. I gave you 3 reasons.
I never gave you answer. I gave you question. Why having morals, why having emotions give you moral values?
I never said that that do. I said having emotions, a subjective experience of the world, and a will to live gives you moral value.
Subjective moral. So okay, that's subjective. So then I will not agree with you, and then you have no reason to argue against me because for you, your morality is as truth as my morality. So why could you ever argue against me?
So
yeah, we can.
You cannot do this, bro. You are.
I can.
Yeah, we can.
Morality.
Yeah, we can. We can.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Hold on. Okay, let's take a step back. Okay, let me hold on. No.
Let me explain
No,
why
I
you
can't.
No, apostolistic thing. You have to shut up and listen for a second.
Bro, let me explain why you can't.
No, I don't care because we've heard this argument before. Listen, we've heard the whole argument of, well, if morality is subjective, then you cannot really. So listen, apostolistic sync. What I explained just now, especially towards you, I told you exactly the same thing. If your values are in a certain way and you are not vegan, then you are morally inconsistent with your own values. I'm not telling you to follow my values. I repeat, I'm telling you that according to your own values, if you think it's wrong or bad to exploit and slaughter a human being for food, then it should be just as wrong and bad to exploit the animal for food if you are being morally consistent with your values.
Okay, so now I will go with your argument. Let's say I have specific morals that I think are right, and you are going with my morals and telling me that from my morals I'm consistent. Okay, I understand your point.
That's all it is.
Yeah, okay. From my morals, I am consistent.
How are you consistent? What are your morals? Let's see, because you may think you're consistent, but you're not. Do you think it's wrong to exploit and slaughter humans for optional food?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong to exploit and slaughter animals for optional food?
To exploit, yes.
To exploit and slaughter animals for optional
and animals
food.
are a bit different.
Yes,
exactly.
Guys.
He's
please.
asking me questions.
Is it wrong to exploit and slaughter animals for optional food?
You're acting like humans and animals are exactly the same,
Yes, so
but they're
we
not.
define exploiting, so we can go with it.
So for the previous question, for the previous questions, you didn't need an explanation of what exploitation is, but for this question, you need explanation of what exploitation is?
Because killing humans in any way, in almost any way is wrong. So killing animals is not wrong in any way. So that's why I'm
okay.
trying
So if there is no need for it, how can you morally justify killing an animal?
There is no need for it. There is need for it, actually.
Now I'm asking you, if there is no need for it, this is the question. If there is no need for it, can you morally justify killing an animal?
If there is no need for it, you need animals to eat.
Listen, you have to answer the question. If there is no, if, do you know what an if question is? If there is no need for it, can you justify killing an animal?
If there is no need for it, you can't justify because there is no need for it. But currently in this world,
There is a need. Here you go. So now, if you find out that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, and thus meaning that you don't need to consume animal products, do you agree that you would have to be vegan in order to be morally consistent with the idea that if there is no need to kill an animal, then you shouldn't be doing it?
Yes, if there is no need to kill an animal, you should not be doing it, and you will not be able to do it. But currently, there will not be such case in this world. You can't make shit up like this world that, oh, it's cheaper. If it's cheaper, I will kill animal.
Yeah, Felix is here.
If it's cheaper, I will kill animal.
Our savior.
Yeah.
I'm here to kind of
Finally.
sorry, I was just like at work doing work stuff.
Unacceptable.
Yeah. so things can be cheaper, but are they more ethical? For example, I can buy shoes made from beating children almost to death, right? They can be super 99% off, right? But is that okay? Is that ethical?
The thing is,
That's not ethical.
You came in mid conversation. So our position was that we already assumed our ethics and morality, but the way you're starting conversation, then we have to go back from the scratch.
No, okay.
We have to define what is ethical. So I think we were
wait.
past
I
that
can make
already.
it. Hold on. I can make it super easy, right? I'll make it super easy. For me, it is unethical to harm animals unnecessarily, even if it's cheaper, right? So would you agree with this?
What is harm?
What is?
Yeah.
Wait, are we going into like meta?
Yes.
Okay. So, wait, can I just ask you? Can I just ask you? I'll ask you a simple yes or no. Oh, Cap, hold on. I'll ask you a simple question. Apostic. I'm not sure how to say that. Are you okay with causing pain for fun?
Causing pain for fun. Me
Yes.
personally?
Yes.
If you're asking my morality, no, not for fun.
Why? What if it's cheap? What if it's super cheap? Let's say you can go to the gym, but you have to pay money, or you can go on the street and punch a dog and get a gym experience from it.
Yeah, no, not for fun. But for a
Why?
reason, you can cause pain.
Yeah, but the reason is it's cheap and you get exercise.
No, not for fun. I said not for fun.
Well, it's not just for fun, but you get exercise from punching dogs on the street.
That's for fun, right?
That's a good point.
There is benefits also. There is benefits.
It's not necessarily fun. You don't have to do it to enjoy it, but you get like physical benefits, right, from working out.
Yeah, you could work out without punching dogs.
But what if someone says, but it's cheap for me. I don't have to pay to the gym. It's so cheap.
That's impossible, you know.
I mean, you could do push-ups.
Well, there you go. We have alternatives.
No,
right?
the thing is, it's impossible.
You fucking got me, you motherfucker.
No, he did not get you. Look, that's impossible. You can't.
No, he did, honestly. He got me because the plant shit is the alternative to...
No, he did not get you. He did not get
It's physically impossible.
Yeah, guy's smart.
He did not. Don't concede yet.
But no, this is what veganism is about. If you have the means to stop something harmful, just don't cause harm.
Yeah.
But also, I'd like to chime in here. With the problem with veganism is you need those fields for the food to sustain our populations. You know what I mean? And when you're making those fields, you're killing mice, you're killing insects, you're killing all sorts, entire environments just for a bit of food. Like when you could just have a field and have cows grazing in it. Do you know what I mean?
But that's not. Wait. Before Felix, before you do you agree? Whatever your name is, M, because I can only see M. Do you agree that chickens do not need grass, but they actually need crops in order for you to feed them?
No, you could free raise them where they go through fields and eat insects and everything.
So they would still be killing insects.
Well, yeah, but it's like either way, no matter what you do, something
so
dies.
So then you agree that when you're consuming an animal product, you are essentially consuming an animal that has been eating more plants or more energy than you would otherwise get if you ate whatever that animal ate yourself, right?
Even still, the process of accomplishing that, it needs sacrifice. Do you know what I mean?
No, but that's the thing. That's what
that magically appear.
That's where you're wrong, and that's what you don't understand. Because all these animals are fed crops. In fact, most of the if you have a problem with how crop farming is done,
if you're talking about bigger animals like cows and everything, yes. But with chickens,
all of the animals.
You just need feed for that.
No, all animals, absolutely 100% of, well, I don't know if 100%, I can't say with certainty that 100% of the animals, but most animals in animal agriculture are fed crops. And most of the crops that are grown for food, I think somewhere between 70 and 80%, depending on the country, are actually grown for the animals, for animal feed. So if you think that a certain number of animals die in crop production and it's bad, then surely you understand the logic that if most crop production is done for animals, then obviously when you consume an animal product, you will be responsible also for the crop deaths that incur for that animal to be fed.
Well, yeah, but either way, stuff still dies. So it's like there's no good side. It's just
Mr. North.
No, there is. There is, of course, there is.
Hold on, Mr. North. I want to show you my friend Val. Val will explain to you rights violations because I think this is something really important to understand.
Also, a good point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or actually, before we go to rights violation, because I don't want to beg the question because it's still under contention whether we give them rights. I mean, we believe they should, but yeah. So the thing is, obviously, there is a difference between breeding animals, right, to have them in a tiny space, to then kill them with plan, versus harvesting some crops. And as a byproduct, mind you, as a byproduct, there are some animals being killed as an accident, right? So we vegans, we hold the position that it is wrong to exploit or to misuse animals if it is not needed, right? So we can care about these accidental deaths or pains in crop farming, and we can maybe try to reduce it. And maybe it is possible at some point that no rodent, no mouse, no hamster, whatever, no bird has to die. Maybe it is possible, but the opposite can't be said. In order to get meat or milk or eggs, you always have to exploit animals and you have to kill them. It is not possible to get their body parts without harming them. Do you understand this?
Yeah, no, yeah, but like it's been around for thousands of years. It'll take a lot to change people's minds.
But hold on. Okay, I will address this now. But you have understood the difference, right? That there is a difference between breeding animals. Yeah. Okay, yeah, because one is about exploitation, and the other one is an unfortunate. Hold on, it's like a very unfortunate byproduct of something else.
Not in our
But
language.
will we have to stop dog breeding because we give them disabilities through breeding and deformities? Will we have to stop that because that's a rights violation?
Wait, what? Can you repeat that again?
If when we breed dogs, they're born with disabilities and deformities and everything.
Yeah.
Will we stop that because it's a rights violation?
Yeah. So let me be very. Yeah. I think absolutely it is. I think we should stop breeding animals for our benefit. I believe because if we know with confidence that by breeding them selectively, that they will thereby have a very poor quality of life. Like in the human case, if we know with foresight that our children will have a very poor quality of life, plus we bring them into existence solely for our interest, right? I think it's wrong. So if I hold on, if I bring a child into existence so that I have like a cute mini me, right? A cute mini version of myself, or that they should do slave labor, like child labor. I think it's wrong. It's exploitation, right? And on top of that, hold on. And on top of that, let's suppose I have genetically bred my child in a way that it gets like, I don't know, very muscular, let's say very muscular, or it can it can gain weight a lot so that they can actually do more work for me. Of course, this is a rights violation. This is manipulation and it is exploitation. I manipulate their genes so that they can serve my fucking interest. Of course, it's wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Let's say you live in a farm and you have herd of sheep, 100 sheep, and then there is wolves in the woods, and they ate couple of your sheep. And what you gonna do in that case? Go and kill
Get
wolves?
some electrical fences.
Well, can we put like something
Letting
happening in our knowledge, which is not happening in our knowledge?
Yeah, so I like to bring back veganism always also to human rights, you know? So I would say that probably a lot of people think it's a good thing that we have human rights, that we should respect autonomy and freedom, that we shouldn't be cruel to humans, right? But we wouldn't use that kind of logic and say, well, we're for human rights, we want to reduce suffering. But it makes no sense to use this argument and say, okay, I want to eliminate all suffering, therefore I shouldn't use my car anymore, because I could, and it's actually true, if you use a car, there is a chance globally, all over the world, that there will be accidents. And this is true. A lot of humans and animals die accidentally. A lot of humans and animals die accidentally if you use your car, right? But it makes no sense because these are accidents and they are an unfortunate byproduct, right?
Yes,
that doesn't mean that you don't give a fuck about human rights. It's just like a byproduct that happens, right?
Yeah, but can you answer my specific question about a herd of sheep and the wolves?
Yeah, what about it? What about it?
Are you going and kill these wolves, or you let
No.
them eat
Yeah,
your sheep?
depend. Yeah, how many options do I have? You have to be clear. How many options do I have?
Normally in nature you have only one option: go and kill wolves, or let them eat your sheep.
No.
I mean,
No, in reality, I probably maybe in reality I have more options. I mean, if you really want to force my position, you just give me two options, sure. But in reality, I might have maybe 3, 4, or 5 options, right?
I mean,
you are not.
Hold on. No. So I'm saying I might have 3, 4, or 5 options because there is like a hierarchy of intervention. So I can actually choose to be brutally violent and just kill them. Maybe I can use a big dog, maybe, or like a couple of dogs to deter. To deter. Yeah.
Can I make an example just for a friend over
Yeah,
here?
sure.
So he can. Yeah, Apos. I'm just gonna say Apos because it's a bit easier. Let's say you have let's say you have a store. Let's say you own a store where people buy products, right?
Yeah.
And let's say like once every other week, some immigrants come in and steal some stuff from the store, right?
Can we not use the word immigrants?
It doesn't matter, but we get the concept, right? Let's say they come in, they steal some stuff once a week. Do you think the only two options you have it's let them steal or shoot them in the head?
I mean, but you also wouldn't tranquilize a shoplifter and relocate them as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like we're
when it
like
comes
vegans
to
are.
humans, when it comes to humans, I will find them or send them to jail. That's the
Okay,
option,
so that's a
but
third option. The same way how we can have multiple options when it comes to animals in the wild,
what
right?
can you do with
But
wolves?
see, the
Like,
difference is humans
what's
learn from that. It's like a lot of
Just
animals.
let them
Like
be,
if you
bro.
put
Why you gotta
a bear
intervene?
somewhere else.
Guys,
Or you can
animals
defer
can.
them.
It's
Can
just
animals,
basic
guys,
logic. You can't do
guys,
nothing.
listen. Animals can also learn from certain behaviors. If you put an electrical fence and they touch it a few times, they realize, oh shit, this is painful. I better not touch it next time. So they will avoid it.
So if
Well,
you
yeah, but
harm
if an animal's desperate and they know there's food there, they will try.
Yeah, the same argument we can use when it comes to people stealing from your store, right? Then from there
Fair enough.
you should escalate it, right? As in escalate the measures where you slowly have to harm the individual a little bit more, up until they can kind of understand that they should stop doing that. We shouldn't straight up shoot individuals if they are doing something that we know is wrong. We should just make them learn from it, even if the learning is like a little bit painful.
So in some cases, you're okay harming animals.
Yes, if they, I think if they do, like for
Honestly,
example,
yeah, I agree with that, because it's like if someone's getting attacked, I wouldn't tranquilize the animal that's attacking them. You know what I mean?
you wouldn't wait for the you wouldn't wait.
So if an animal or a human is attacking you, you do your best to cause the least harm to them, but the most safety to you. So if the first thing that will come to your mind is your safety, and you will try to keep yourself safe, but let's say you punch this animal or you put a knife to this animal, and this animal doesn't die, but they do run away, you're not going to go and chase that animal down and try to kill them afterwards, right? So you're going to do the best, the minimum amount of harm that you need to keep yourself safe.
A good example is like if a chihuahua is biting your shoe, you wouldn't shoot it in the head. You would just move it away from your shoe. So, yeah,
that's a good example, but I understand your point, but it's not good example of chihuahua.
Although, but to be fair, if it was a Rottweiler biting your shoe, it'd be different. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
sure. The bigger the big. Yeah, I'm just saying, like you kind of look at the situation and you would roughly know what to do, depending on the danger and all of that stuff. And that's why I'm bringing up the Chihuahua example, because nobody is scared of a small Chihuahua.
Fair enough.
Chihuahua.
I know some people in this call might be terrified of them.
But that's the whole view of veganism. Cause the least amount of suffering. I prefer none. Unless you have to or need to.
That's normally how humans work. Normally, humans cause enough suffering so they can survive, they can live and thrive. But forbidding humans and then to pick and choose what food to eat, so you have enough
I think
enough this and enough that.
Yeah,
I think
they
would rather kill one animal and eat it.
We actually kill chickens and goat to eat.
Wait, guys, let me explain something, right?
Yeah.
We used to do we were still during a survival situation, like even like 200-300 years ago in majority of the places until the industrial revolution kind of kicked in. So like we still need to know, like, how do I explain this? Since then, we haven't educated enough people to demonstrate to them, like, hey guys, we do not need to eat meat anymore. Like we have so many other foods where we can have iron, zinc, protein, B12, everything, right? But people are still stuck to the old-fashioned ways of doing things.
Yeah, and let's be clear, right? Because this is like a very common objection to the point Felix just made, right? I believe two things. The first thing is comfort, or having it comfortable is not necessarily a bad thing, right? It doesn't have to be. So obviously it can be sometimes problematic, but in general, less pain is a bit better than suffering all the time. And the second thing is, not just is comfort a good thing in general, but also we should make use of our environment. And if our environment allows us to be merciful and to be graceful to animals, if we have medicine, human invention, and whatever, we should make use of it. As a matter of fact, if you are sick, seriously sick, or if you need to get something removed, you go to the fucking doctor. So you should make use of whatever you have. And it's the same with veganism. If it is possible to be a vegan, then be a vegan, if that's the right thing to do.
I think that there's a great point here that Val just made. And just to give you all a little bit of story of my background, because I'm on a journey right now, actually thanks to Chip's channel.
Good luck.
And I have a background. I grew up very rural. I grew up very poor. I talked to some folks after Chip's last stream, but I also grew up hunting and fishing. And so I'm a person who grew up very close to this topic, but I also consider myself a very reasonable person. And this is why I've begun to reject previous parts of myself and previous ways that I used to think, because you have to enter into this space being willing to look at yourself and examine your own values for inconsistency, and to also to think about is there a way that I can improve myself? Even if you think about it like how can I be 1% better, and pick a part of your life. And in this case, this is what we're talking about today is values being consistent with your actions. And so the point here of if we have viable alternatives, I don't need to go hunt a deer. I have no need to subsist. I have no need to participate in fishing. I have no need to participate. These are things that I used to love, and I used to make arguments for them, and I could tell you all of those arguments, but I could also dismantle my own arguments that I used to make. And that's because you have to be open to really having an introspective look of your own claims. If you're making a claim to be true, if your claim is it is okay for me to go hunt a deer, you have to be willing to come up with a reason of why, and you also have to be open to examining the evidence of why it might not be. And I think that's the part that a lot of people are missing in this conversation. When I hear them enter this space, they're entering this space hoping to try to change someone else's mind. Maybe they're looking for a fight. But I think that really the best thing anyone can do here is to begin to self-examine. Is there a better alternative? And you get to determine what better means to you. If you think it's better that feedlots exist, that billions with a B, that billions of animals are living in terrible conditions, you have to evaluate whether or not you think that's actually okay. And I would encourage all of you to look inside yourself to think if you think that is true.
And by the way, we actually killed 2.3 trillion marine animals as well, not just billion, trillion. 2.3 trillion marine animals and over billions and billions of mammals every year.
I will say that the overfishing thing is a bit of a fucking problem. It's getting out of hand.
And farming, fish farming.
No, hold on. Listen, this has nothing to do. I mean, sure, I can get you that, but I actually want to go to the controversial claim, or to the controversial, which is maybe for you controversial. I think if it is not necessary, even if it is like sustainable, quote unquote, to go fishing or to go hunting, it is wrong if it's not necessary. That's the thing. Like, let's go straight to the core. It is wrong. Even if I can have a slave that is sustainable or economical beneficial, it's wrong.
You're talking very energy inefficient way right now, because humans are trying to be efficient with everything they can. So
yeah,
but
we industrialize everything.
Yeah, we wouldn't.
Hold on. You have to be careful, because what you just said is just a description. You're just telling me how things are at the moment. That's fine, and I can say maybe you're right. But the thing is, when we are in ethics, or when we talk about morality, it's not just about describing what is going on or how humans are. It's about how things should be. How should we be?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The thing should be is that nobody should die and everybody should live happy, but that's not how things should are.
Wait, but if you agree that everybody should live, that means that you think that it is morally preferable for everybody to be vegan, right?
Of course.
So
but
if you wait, so okay, whether it's possible or not, it's a different question. But if you agree that everybody is morally preferable for everybody to be vegan, then you should also agree that it is morally preferable for you to be vegan.
Yeah, and by the way, when we talk about shoulds, right? When we talk about shoulds in morality, ought or should implies can. So in other words, if you can be vegan, then you should. If you're not capable because of whatever reason, then of course that ought or that should does not apply. right? So you can't fulfill a duty if you cannot fulfill it. You can't carry it out.
Yeah,
That's it.
we're not advocating for people to die of starvation or of hunger or something. Hell, we're not even advocating to people to not enjoy their meals or their lives or their days. What we're saying is that I know you've been enjoying your life this way, you've been doing your life this way, but you know what? When you do this, other sentient beings are exploited and slaughtered, and you could easily choose something else, and maybe not at first, but within, I don't know, a week or two, you would get the same enjoyment, same nutrition, and everything that you need.
That's what I'm explaining, bro. First of all, it's not same enjoyment. That's we need to clarify that. But second of all, it's very energy inefficient. So when humans are trying to be efficient, you cannot. Now imagine tomorrow everybody becomes vegan. How many billion people are in the world?
Dude.
There will not be enough food.
No.
Yeah, so there is a problem with this hypothetical as well. So obviously it would be, I will give you that. I will concede, like if literally the world would become vegan tomorrow, for my position, it would be very difficult to find a solution because of all the animals that we have created. I will get you that. But if we take a step back, right, and actually look at the reality, veganism will be a growing and gradual thing. It will happen over years or even decades. So it's actually more of a value change of culture as well. And we will bring less and less animals into existence. So we won't have this issue, because if suddenly tomorrow the entire world is vegan, we would not even know what to do with all these animals. I mean, it's like massive amounts, really.
I mean,
and maybe there is, but
we would have a logistical issue. We would have a logistical issue, but it wouldn't be such a big issue. It would be the same issue that it is. Like, I think, yeah, sure, it could be seen as an issue, but in reality, it wouldn't be. It would be a smaller issue than what we do to animals is now. So if tomorrow the whole world would be vegan, we would still be in a better situation than if the whole world is not vegan.
Yeah.
I think that's a logistical problem that would be much more easy to solve.
Exactly.
There's like, we could take the cows to Africa and let them reverse desertification and let them go.
They've been domesticated.
And again, all of these practical and all of these practical issues, right? They're just practical. There might be a defeater to veganism, but they are not refuting veganism. So there might be some practical constraints, right? But that doesn't mean that the arguments are necessarily incorrect, right? So it might be the case that there are some logistical issues, or that some people can't do it because of their current environment. But that doesn't mean that the arguments per se are not holding weight. They actually do hold weight, but there are some limitations given the context of some people, right? So we have to distinguish between both.
Can I add the context?
Could we not?
So, like, now look
the grasshopper bag.
Well, I have a doubt. Like,
Vicky, wait. You gotta wait for a second, because Apostolistic Saint was speaking. Let's wait for them to finish, okay?
Yeah.
So this is how world balance itself. Humans historically used animal feces to grow plants faster. So if we don't have enough animals, we are not be able to have enough plants.
Fertilizer.
So neither humans nor animals can have enough food to eat.
So if I give you
human fertilizer.
Wait, so if I give you a study that would prove to you that you can have a good fertilizer on plant-based, would that convince you that we don't need to use animals?
Isn't that already a thing? Like, that's just called compost, isn't it?
Yeah, there's compost, of course.
It would, except this fertilizer should also grow with something.
Yeah. So there's studies about all types of fertilizers. I just placed one that's actually that's compared to poultry manure. So you can see it's a direct comparison, on top of the fact that you can indeed like just compost things, and that's already good enough, but you have a direct comparison there. So like I just feel like you are trying to find all these reasons, but essentially you did agree on one thing, that if you don't need to, it's wrong to do so. So You don't need to. Do you agree on the fact that you don't need to?
No, that's what I don't agree to. That we don't need. We need to. That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
But
not
if
we,
don't
you. Speak about yourself, not we, because when you say we, you make this statement that you remove your responsibility in the matter. So do you need to consume animal products?
That's what I say, dude. Like I'm talking about generally about humans because
No,
you can't
you
just
talk about yourself, not about humans. You can only say
Let
what
me
you
explain.
need. You cannot say what others need. You do not
I
know what I
understand.
need. What do you
I
need? Do you
understand.
need to consume animal products?
Yeah, I understand your point, but I will explain why I talk about all generally and not about myself only. Because
Oh, dude, come on.
let's say no, look at this. Now
Dude,
let's
answer
say
for yourself. He's using a shitty technique. He's using a shitty
I
technique.
think your word just means.
No, let me explain why.
Yeah.
Let's say I can do this. So I'm
Yeah.
morally on high ground just because I can. What if others can't do? Everybody should be able to do this. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I don't talk about only myself.
But that's not the discussion. That's not the conversation. The conversation is, well, the conversation that we are trying to have is, why are you not vegan? Why are you not vegan? It's not that, well, there other cannot be vegan. The only reason why you're not vegan is because other people on this planet cannot be vegan. Is that what you're saying?
I am not. That's what I'm explaining exactly. I am not vegan personally because if every human was vegan, it would be impossible. That's my
Wait,
answer.
no. Well, if what would be impossible? Existence would be impossible, or that it would be impossible for all the humans to be vegan? Like, what exactly is? Because you said if every human were vegan, it would be impossible. What would be impossible?
Guy, I would be a vegan if I not live in Siberia.
Great, grass, stop, grass.
Okay,
stop.
yeah, you have to
I don't wanna
stop.
miss you.
Thank
Can
you.
I answer? Look, that's the thing. I love this debate, vegan against non-vegans. But like, I think I'm more qualified to answer this question.
You want to tell me?
I'm a geologist who did biology for 3 years. Okay, so I have some nutritional skills, I should say.
I'm a certified nutritionist, so I topple everything that you're gonna say in the realm of nutrition. By if we are going by authority, but let's not go by authority, but rather by empirical
No,
data.
I want to use mine. No, we should use our authorities. Like there is no need to have like a converse a bit like a let's say a basic conversation.
Yeah.
There is no need. So like we both agree that when it comes to deficiencies, like there are a shit lot of deficiencies when you go through vegan diet, which means you have to go through supplements.
Wait. No, we don't. Wait. The argument that you're making from the beginning, we don't agree on. We don't both agree that you can have nutritional deficiencies on a plant-based diet. No, that is not true.
Well,
First of all, the only vitamin that you need on a plant-based diet that you need to supplement is B12. And be aware that you can have a deficiency of B12 even when you're consuming animal products, because B12 is a little bit of a complex micronutrient that we don't just get from animals.
Residue.
Guys.
Yeah, it's a bacterial residue. But like you need to chill a little bit because like you're very aggressive. You're like you sound like someone who eats meat. Like just give me a second.
Yeah, sure. I'm aggressive. That's fine. That's okay if I'm aggressive. I just don't want you to make statements about myself. Yeah, go on, Felix.
Lad, let's go.
You keep interrupting for some reason. I didn't say a single thing.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Felix.
Go ahead.
Character, because the whole veganism isn't about that health. You can drink alcohol, you can eat all of these things. We mostly care about if you exploit animals or you don't exploit animals.
Exactly.
And for example, if not exploiting animals means you take one tiny pill that you can crush up and drink with your water, that's better than harming animals for something that's not necessary.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, look.
I was going to ask a question earlier.
Can I finish? You keep interrupting. Like, can vegans be civilized? Is that a thing? Can vegans be civilized?
Yeah, please let him speak.
Can you shut the fuck up for a second?
Wait, character. You're talking to a non-vegan who was interrupting you. So stop just gaslighting everyone. Let's just
No, you cannot hold the conversation clearly. You guys are childish. I gotta go. Have a good day, shitty people.
Take care,
Well,
man. Bye
so
bye.
he came
This is
back just to say
exactly what
that.
he did last time. This is exactly what
I'm
he
so
did.
glad we stayed
His name
positive,
is the
guys.
main character.
Yeah.
He wants to be the main character in the conversation. He did
Guys,
that
it
last
doesn't
time.
matter. Let's just ignore him. Let's just
Yeah, I just
Well,
want to
like,
make
have a good conversation.
before we move on, I
Uh-huh.
just want to make one statement to be clear because I
Mhm.
have people who are listening to these whole conversations. It's not that us vegans cannot be civil. Vegans in general can definitely be civil. Maybe you consider myself not to be civil. That's okay, but that doesn't mean that not that all vegans are not civil. Maybe you consider myself aggressive, but that doesn't mean that all vegans are aggressive. Just putting it out there. Don't make logical errors. Don't make logical
Right.
inferences.
I would
What do
categorize
you?
you,
I
Chip,
think maybe
as
think
being
vegans are a
passionate.
different breed, but
Thank
okay.
Wait, Chip, I got a better statement, right?
Mhm.
What kind, like even for the people who are complaining about us, and our attitude, what kind of attitude would non-vegans prefer for them to go vegan? Like, do you
Love
want me
it.
to be more aggressive towards you for you to be vegan, or do you want me to be nicer?
Yeah,
So,
good question.
Chip,
Beat the veganism into them.
can you like explain the civil? What do you mean by civil? I couldn't get that.
it's just some people. Get annoyed when I get really
Oh,
kind of
okay.
annoyed that people harm animals for fun.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Actually, I have a doubt here, Felix, Chip, and
Hi.
Wal. Yeah, but the doubt is if does vegan mean you don't drink milk from cow or don't eat vegetable? Is
Oh,
is
Vicky.
is that is that what vegan
There
mean?
is there is more to that. There is more to that.
I
Not
have
just
that misunderstanding
That's
part
fine.
on that.
That's fine.
Uh-huh.
It's you don't consume animal products.
Mm-hmm.
You don't buy any animal
Ah.
products, which includes leather, wool,
Oh,
leather,
that's
wool.
fine. That's
That's
taking wool
bad.
from that sort. Okay,
I'll,
that's
I'll
fine.
I'll explain why it's bad, but I'm just gonna
Mhm.
explain like the whole context. So we also do not consume honey. We do not go to
Uh-huh.
zoos. We do not
Mhm.
buy fish. Nothing from animals as much as we can.
We can smoke
So
cigarettes, though.
not just eating, but also consuming for other things.
How do you make world function like this?
What do you mean by that?
Drinking milk from cow, it's fine.
It's bad.
No, it's bad. So
Oh.
the reason why it's bad, if you let's just go
Uh-huh.
one everybody listening,
Okay.
just listen to this whole conversation once, and then we can continue. So, do you know why cows produce milk in the first place?
For their babies, for their calf.
Exactly. So,
Mhm.
so do you think that farmers allow cows to have babies when they want to, or do you think farmers get them pregnant on their own?
They would reproduce as
When
much
they want
for their business, I guess.
Yeah, so
Is
farmers
that how it works?
yeah, so farmers decide for the cows when they get them pregnant. That's
Yeah,
already
right. Exactly.
that's
Is
already
breast
what
milk vegan?
It's where it's
wait. Let's finish. That's already one part of it, right? That is wrong.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can say that in
That is
certain
actually wrong.
areas, you can say in certain areas that farmers don't impregnate them, but rather they keep the male and female
keep it,
separate.
yeah.
But that's still already wrong because you're already intervening in the whole preference of those animals.
But
When
but
the animals are
also,
born,
uh-huh,
let's
yeah.
just go through all of it, okay? And then you can ask.
Yes,
When the
fine,
animals
fine.
are born, what do you think happens to them, to the baby cows? Do you think they stay with their mother and they drink their milk, or do you think farmers separate them so that farmers can milk them?
No, actually, they would feed as much to the calf, then they would take out the milk um, for giving it to people.
That's not true. A lot of the times, including in my backyard, in my grandmother's backyard, what has happened is that they first take the milk for the humans, and then if there's some leftovers, they feed the baby calves. But in industrial farming, they take all the milk from the cow and they feed the calves a formula.
Do they really do like that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not how that
my
should be done.
grandfather was actually my mother grew up on a farm, and her father was actually, his job was artificial insemination. So his job was to travel to all the local dairy farms and shove his arm up inside of a cow's vagina with a basically like a turkey baster, and it's this really disgusting behavior. But that's what's required for creating milk at volume, and it's the way it's been done for a very long time.
Yeah, and
people used to bring a bowl over, but it doesn't work at scale.
Let's just finish with this. Wait, before let's just finish this whole idea of milk, okay? So now, if the baby is born male, what do you think happens to them?
Well, they are not much useful actually.
They are used for the lens and
yeah.
Yeah,
But
so if
they
they're
have
born
machines,
male,
right? They have machines to row the land actually.
So obviously you might think that you have some use for them, as you said, for land or whatever, but the reality is, if you have a dairy farm, if you're having farming cows for their milk, then you're going to be producing constantly, every year, you're going to have that cow to be pregnant so that they can produce milk. So year over year, you're going to be having a new baby. If you have one baby that's a male and you're like, okay, I'm going to be using them to plow my fields or whatever, that's one feeling. But if you constantly get males, at some point you will no longer have any use for them. So what do you think happens to them?
No, they are food.
They are killed. Most likely, they are killed and used
Exactly.
for their
Exactly. They are killed and used for their flesh or their leather or whatever, right? That's one thing. That's another bad thing. Now, if the baby is born female, every year they impregnate them. Every year they take away their babies and exploit them for milk. Yeah, and at some point they kill them, all of them. All the females die. Do you know when the females are killed?
Yeah. No, they're
able to produce milk.
At which age do the female cows die on the farm? That's the question.
After they are not able to produce milk.
No, that's a good answer. Yeah. So they kill them actually when they cannot get them pregnant. That's usually the case. Not when they don't produce milk or enough milk, but when they can no longer get them pregnant. And also, by the way, there is a margin of error. A lot of the times they make a mistake when that happens, and it happens that cows go to a slaughterhouse, and when the slaughterhouse workers, they kill the cows and then they open them up and they find out there's a baby inside of them. That actually happens a lot.
That's brutal.
That's very brutal, but it's a sad reality of dairy farming. And they kill them, indeed, when they can no longer get pregnant. And that happens at around a quarter of their natural lifespan. And that is pretty insane. Imagine if you can live 100 years, 100, which is a very good life, right? It's a very good lifespan to have. If somebody would kill you at 25 because they repeatedly impregnated you for 8 times, and then the 9th time you can no longer stick. Like your pregnancy that just doesn't stick anymore. Would that be moral if somebody did that to you?
That won't be moral.
Yeah, so it's just as immoral to do it to any other animal for the same reason, because they would feel all of it. Everything that you would feel if you were in that process, they would also feel. Just because you would have a consciousness, just because you could rationalize some of it, does not mean that you would feel it in any way worse or better. I would argue, just to finish with this point, I would argue that if a human being were in the same position, the human being would actually suffer a little bit less, because the human being, we can dissociate a lot. We don't know if all animals can dissociate, but we know that humans can dissociate. So that means if you are feeling a lot of pain or suffering, you as a human being, you can express ourselves or try to think of something else. Whereas an animal, they'll just go through what they feel. And it sucks to feel that much pain for that long.
I wanted to add something. Usually people who tend to care a lot about cows usually come from the Indian background, because India philosophically is really into caring about animals, but the actions of what happens to animals is completely different. So I'm gonna put in a side channel for you, Vicky, if you're interested, a Indian documentary about what happens with the dairy industry in India, if you're interested.
I'll look at it.
Yeah, and on that channel, there's also different translations, different dubbing translations if people want to watch.
I don't know Hindi actually. I'm from south of India.
Sure.
Okay. I will go
Can I bring up a topic that I think that this group could weigh in on? Something I've been contemplating. It has to do with a different kind of relationship with animals. And so there's this person. I live in Vermont, which is in the northeast of the United States, a very rural state. And there's this farmer. I guess you can't really call him a farmer. He specializes in composting. So he has this compost heap that's massive. It is this huge, very alive compost heap. He's a master of compost. But one of the ways that he's a master of compost is that he has free-range chickens, which are not raised for eggs or for meat. But the chickens are basically they're basically his friends that turn the compost for him. They like crawl all over this giant mountain of compost, digging for worms and bugs that are also hanging out in the compost. So his place is covered in chickens, and then meanwhile they're pooping all over the compost, enriching it. Is this an ethical situation? Because he's not eating the birds, he's not exploiting them for their eggs.
But is he bringing these birds into existence for that purpose?
No, I think at one point he had eggs, but he realized he was making more money from selling compost, and so now he just they literally do whatever they want. They're everywhere, all over his farm. He lets them nest wherever they want to. He lets them go broody if they want to, and so he ends up with this army of chickens turning his compost.
Does he take their eggs?
That is epic.
I don't know what he does with that. So I would see taking the eggs as a problem, but his secondary product, his main product is the compost. That's what he sells. And then he started, weirdly enough, he started creating these stainless steel containers where he actually makes black garlic in the compost heap because it maintains the temperature that is at a certain depth to make black garlic. So now he's making black garlic and compost in this compost heap that is turned is it exploitation? And this thing, I have no decision. I don't know what the answer to this is. Is it exploitation that he basically encourages them to do this? He doesn't discourage them from turning this compost heap for him. So they're sort of like his workers, but he's also not doing it. There's no effort on his part.
Is it unfair? Sorry to interrupting you there.
That seems like a perfect symbiosis. Like they get protection and food, and he gets his compost too.
So by the way,
this is what I'm saying. I don't know where this lies, and I've been contemplating this because this guy's a local to Vermont, and a lot of people know him because he started selling black garlic. And it's like, okay, which is typically an annoying thing to make, but he's making it in a compost heap. But it's a fascinating thing for me to think about.
So it's pretty simple. Is it the question if it's unfair is the most important part of it, and keep in mind that some of the chickens, if he does buy the chickens from a hatchery, then in that hatchery, they do unfair things. They kill the male baby chicks. So if he's not, if in him choosing to do this, like if he rescues animals, right, and he uses then their poop to speed up the compost, and he wants to sell the compost, I don't think there's any unfairness towards that. I think he's okay. But if he is essentially paying for multiple animals to be bred into existence so that he can use them, it's still kind of unfair, I guess. But it isn't truly symbiotic, is it? Because those individuals did not have a choice in the matter.
Right. So it's a matter of further examining his supply chain.
It is, and also keep in mind that it's very important. Like it's very important to you can't make a blank statement about whether it's moral or immoral what they're doing. Also because of the context that we live in, because we live in a context where animals are seen as objects. So that means that maybe he doesn't do that, but he may find it within his rights to take the life of one animal and justify it by saying, I'm just cutting one corner. There you go. I treat everybody else right or something, right? Because when you live in such a context where animals' lives aren't really valued, you end up doing all sorts of weird things.
Animal's life is so much valued that we make a lot of animals.
Well, no, we bring the animals to life not for their own purpose, for their own benefit. We bring them for our benefit. Hence why we give them, once we bring them to life, we also give them a time of death, right? We bring them to life so that we kill them.
Yes, but it's still valued. A lot of value in animal lives.
Well, we put values on humans as well. We used to say, oh, the value of these individuals is to be slaves. Doesn't make it okay because there's a value above the head. It's messed up, bro. Messed up.
Yeah.
That's labels are bad.
Yeah, I think I'm at a natural stopping point. So I'll buzz out everybody.
Hey Chip, real quick before you go.
Yeah.
There will be an amazing thumbnail if you go back to the part of you were engaging with someone and you had asked him about pedophilia.
Oh yeah.
It was, but there was this moment that I was actually driving my kid back home from school. I was coming back to my house, and you had your fingers on your chin, just totally befuddled by this. Anyways, look for around that part of the conversation because it'll be a great thumbnail for you. You looked. Anyways, it was
Yeah.
look back to that time for a thumbnail.
I'll do that. Thanks.
The Dahmer one.
Thanks for being here, Chip.
Yes,
Thanks
that guy,
for
the Dahmer
standing
one.
up. Thanks for standing up for animals. If you gotta go, that's fine. We'll continue the adventure of this Discord.
Yeah. So I'll end the Discord and I'll end the stream also soon, but I'll end first the Discord. Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks
See you
everybody.
later.
Bye.
Have a good one.
So everybody, thank you for being here. Oh, let me put the me alone one. Yeah, and let me. Am I in view? Yeah, I'm in view. Okay. So everybody, thank you for being here. I think a lot of people have made a lot of donations, and I appreciate that. Some people weren't even vegan that made that donation. Let's see. Now I can see. Oh my God, so many. So thank you for Serotonin. Thank you for Omega Based, Malix Plays, Omega Based again, Cloud Strife, Rene, and Rene again. Thank you so much, Rene Huffer. Thank you so much for supporting. It helps a lot. Thank you for all the moderators who have done all the work. I was gonna go on the streets today, but I ended up doing this instead because I saw the stream was there. Yeah, I'm gonna go on the streets again tomorrow. I couldn't go also today, but I think it's nicer if we keep some time off. Also, I think everybody kind of needs a little bit of time off from it. And yeah, the reason why I want to stop now is also because if I'm not mistaken, there's another live stream happening soon. Let me check. And I want to be sure that I don't inflict on. Sama says workout stream. I've been thinking about that a lot. So I've been doing a lot of 5-3-1s lately, and I've been thinking about testing my 1 rep max and then taking you guys to the gym with me when I do that. But it's a little bit difficult. Martin says have a rest. We will see you tomorrow. Yeah, I think so. I don't know if it was Martin, like debug your brain, or sorry, debug your brain. Jesus, Carnism debunked that. Yeah, I think. No, I don't know exactly. I don't know. There was another stream happening soon, and at 4, and I didn't want to intervene with anybody's stream. But yeah, thank you so much everybody for being here. I hope you got some of these conversations, and if you're not vegan, consider watching the video in the description. It's 3 minutes. Takes 3 minutes out of your time. See what you get from it. Get you educated on it. You know, nobody's here to force you in anything. Nobody's here to take away your rights or whatever. We're just here to try and show you that there's better ways to live, and better ways in the ways that you would also agree that are better. Maybe I respond to some of the things that are sent in the chat right now, and I'll go. Are you a goofy guy? I'm pretty goofy sometimes. Yeah, I'm pretty goofy. If that's what you mean. Yeah, but I'm pretty serious about animal rights. But I'm goofy as a person. Yeah. Plants are conscious just because they can't move. How else would they be able to grow? Well, King Toxic, I'm assuming you believe in evolution. If you think plants are conscious, why would they develop the capability of consciousness if they cannot move or use consciousness for any of that, right? The natural selection would remove consciousness if they ever actually did develop consciousness, number one. Number two, consciousness is an emerging property of brains and central nervous systems. Plants don't have either. And number three, there's plenty of evidence that plants are not conscious. If you want, you can look it up yourself. You don't have to trust. You probably have seen one article online that plants scream or some bullshit like that and never looked it up actually what it says. And the final argument, which is obviously the one that should put a nail to this whole argument, even if plants would be sentient, you would be killing considerably less plants if you ate a plant-based diet. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but we seldom forget that when we consume animal products, we also consume all the animals, all the plants that animals has been eaten. And usually, of course, any energy that you get from an animal-based product, it required considerably more energy to create that plant-based product. It's a simple first rule of thermodynamics. So that's it. You don't have to understand more than anything else. So no, even if you think any of it, anything, there's no reason for you to not be vegan. Yeah. And King Toxic says plants communicate underground. So King Toxic, I hope you listen to the arguments, and if not, you can scroll back and listen to them. I'm not going to respond to the same argument again. Okay, and let me also, I guess, mention abortion, since I've heard it so often. I can't see how anyone could not condemn abortion and would stand up for animals. You guys disgust me. Well, first of all, abortion is a medical procedure that serves the purpose to terminate a pregnancy. Abortion does not necessarily mean killing the fetus, FYI, and a fetus is not always sentient. If you want my position, my personal position is that up to between 18 and 24 weeks, when the fetus becomes sentient, as far as we know, before that period, abortion is essentially just you removing a clump of cells from your old body, and you should have the right to do so. I think, well, let me just finish. Everybody should have the right to an abortion. Everybody should have the right to an abortion. That's not something we should ever take away. It should not be legal or illegal to do one or the other. And the reason for that is because it is a medical procedure. However, there needs to be an ethical board that once you pass the 18 to 24 weeks, which by the way there is in most situations, an ethical board would decide whether it would be ethical or not to do such a procedure. And of course, the doctor who signed a Hippocratic oath should be able to decide whether they want to do that or not, right? It should be allowed for them to do that, whether they should be allowed to do that procedure or not. There are actual cases, and you can look those up, about abortions when around 24 weeks, after 24 weeks, people have come up and they didn't realize they had an abortion. They were pregnant and they wanted an abortion. There have been cases when the ethical board have said, well, you have to stay pregnant for a little bit. Like there's been cases where they stayed pregnant for maybe another 2 or 3 or 4 weeks, where the person who was pregnant received mental help, like psychological help, and then they terminated the pregnancy, but they did not kill the fetus, and the fetus survived outside of the womb. And actually grew up to be a person. So there you go. That was an abortion that did not kill the fetus. And there have been medical cases where they tried to make the fetus survive and they didn't. But at the end of the day, we got to respect the body autonomy of an individual. And yeah, we got to respect all those choices. You also have to understand context matters a lot. Like imagine that nowadays in the United States of America, there's 50 states, and some of them actually have forbidden legally abortion, which is insane, because the reason why it's insane is because those individuals, let's assume somebody from a lower class gets pregnant and wants to perform an abortion, they may end up in a situation where abortion might be immoral to them, because the being that is brewing, the clump of cells that is brewing inside of them becomes sentient after between 18 to 24 weeks. So yeah, you shouldn't make it illegal, first of all. And second, I would argue that is 100% abortions should be financed by the government. They should be subsidized, because you don't want to end up in a situation where you might be doing an immoral thing. So yeah, but it's as you see it, it's extremely complex. It's complex because, you know, there's the sentience part that it's pretty simple. Before sentience, there should be no issues. After sentience, there should be an ethical board to decide based on the viability, based on the health risks to the pregnant person and all that. And in general, after 18 weeks, by the way, in general, abortions done after 18 weeks are done only in cases of emergencies. So I don't like take what you will with all of this, but they should definitely not be illegal. They with 100% certainty they should not be illegal. I come from a country, Romania. Abortions were illegal during communist times in Romania, and what happened was that the people who could get pregnant eventually ended up having abortions on the side. Their health was at peril, so they actually ended up in a worse situation. So yeah, that's my view. As I said, it's a little bit more complex, but when it comes to animal rights, it's pretty simple. You can choose to exploit and slaughter an animal or not. So make the right choice. Stop exploiting innocent animals. Be consistent. Respect the sentient beings. So yeah. It's not that an individual or a clump of cells has values because they form or they will form somebody of human or an animal or whatever. It's that sentience matters. And if you want to understand why sentience matters, is you just go back to this whole thing, because we go into this whole thing. But you can ask ChatGPT or ask ChatGPT, why does sentience matter, and you'll understand why sentience matter. I'm sure you can go through a logical conversation with them. But that's it. And if you want to know what it is that you're contributing to, watch the 3-minute video. David put the 40-year-old vegan put a link also. It's called 3movies.com/VPLYT. There's a link also in the description of this video for the exactly 3 minutes video. But yeah. Vegan Felix asks me, the only question I have for you is, what do you plan to eat today for these big muscles? For these big muscles? I'm gonna eat everything, okay? And then I'm gonna go to the gym and pump up. No. I don't know. I think I already made some food in the morning. I made some pasta with whatever I had left over and some plant-based meat in it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna eat now. And in the evening, I don't know, some tempeh, smoked tempeh with some, I don't know, if you're not Romanian, you might not know what it is, zakuska, which is like this tomato spread on some lentil waffles with some kimchi in between. That's kind of what I go for. That's my usual go-to things. So yeah, that's a lot to eat. That's just the beauty of all of it. I feel like you might feel constrained by the idea of not consuming animal products, but the reality is you're opening the door to so much more things. Like you're closing the door to one thing, which essentially is a bad door because there's so much exploitation, abuse, violence, and slaughter. And then you're opening the door to so much awesome things, so much good food, so much healthy, good, high protein meals that would fulfill you and make you feel better in the end. I'm just saying, like, consider if you have trouble with the moral argument of it, you shouldn't. You can look more into it, but you should also at least consider the health argument, and that is that you have a higher chance of being healthy on a plant-based diet if you eat enough calories and consume and are sure to get in all the micronutrients that you need. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I'm gonna come back tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. If you've liked the video, like it. I'll see you tomorrow, and that's it. None of it. I'll end the broadcast, stop the stream, or whatever. Thank you for being here, and thank you for moderating and having conversations, everybody. And if you're vegan and you want to speak up. I encourage you. I encourage you to check We the Free, check Anonymous for the voiceless. They're very important. Speaking up, as you see, even having conversations can change people's mind. You heard there was somebody in the chat who by listening change their mind. So it's very important that we have these conversations. You never know the impact that one individual can have on everybody. Just like I listened to somebody and I had an impact, so can somebody else. Okay, thank you so much, everybody.